areas. And this initiative was taken a few years back, and we've made some progress in that. So part of that, we had signed an MOU with IIHR and conducted some workshops. So in continuation with that exercise, we have today two eminent speakers, Dr. Guy Whitney and Mr. Ken Blades, illuminaries in their field, and Dr. Karunakaran, Principal Scientist, IIHR, will be joining the panel discussion that follow the presentations. And after this session is over, we have another session on human-animal conflict, which is a significant challenge that is being encountered by all plantations today. And we've invited here an expert speaker, Dr. P.S. Isa, who's the chairman of the Aranyakulam Nature Foundation, who will be addressing this audience on that. So that should also be a very interesting session. So with this, it's my pleasure to hand over to our past president, Mr. M.P. Cherian, during whose term many of these initiatives were started, and he will be conducting the proceedings for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming to this avocado session on workshop on avocado cultivation and plantations. It is my privilege and honor to introduce our speakers. Our first speaker is Dr. Guy Whitney. He's got a very extensive biodata, so I will just be brief about his experience in this field. He's got over 40 years service and experience in avocado, citrus, tree fruit, wine and vegetable production, nursery operations, harvesting, post-harvest quality control, storage, shipping systems, extension, and research program leadership. He's working with South African and California and Washington state growers, packers, shippers, marketing organizations, extension personnel, scientists, as well as government, provincial, and local agencies. Dr. Guy Whitney comes from academia. He started his career as a lecturer and then went on to be part of the faculty in the University of California. He is currently avocado project manager, Great Back Avocados, South Africa. He's also a technical consultant with Westphalia Fruit, South Africa, and general consultant with Nava Avocado, Zambia. Before that, he has worked in many companies like Macadamia Nursery, Sun Pacific Company, and was the Director of Industries Affairs in California Avocado Commission. So without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Guy Whitney and request him to make his presentation.
I'm a little shorter. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I really, first of all, would like to give my appreciation to Apasi for inviting me and showing me such great hospitality since I've been here, and I'm sure in the week that follows, I'll continue on my journeys visiting some of you at various parts of the plantation industry so that we can make an assessment of your area and its suitability to growing avocados. So I've titled my talk this morning, Avocado, Ecophysiology and Suitability for Indian Production. And I'll talk a little bit about what I mean and define ecophysiology for you, because it might be a new word to some of you. I had a professor at the University of Natal in Durban who is one of the authors of the book Avocado, its botany, production, and uses, the most sort of comprehensive book on avocado. And he was very, very adamant, and he drummed into me that you won't understand how to grow avocado unless you understand its ecophysiology. That is where it comes from and what it's adapted to. It's going to be a little bit of Okay, so avocado originates in the tropical lowlands and also the mountainous highlands of Mexico and Guatemala and the West Indies, or the islands around the Caribbean. So there are 3 different races of avocado. West Indian from the lowlands, which is your typical, what people here are calling local avocado, although it doesn't actually come from India, of course. It was introduced here. And then the Mexican and Guatemalan types, which are often hybridized and of which most of our commercial varieties consist of. Just very brief history, because I know that many of you have heard history of avocado from Dr. Arpea in a previous talk. But just, even though it has been around as a cultivated crop, as a backyard tree in Central and South America for about 9 to 10,000 years, it really wasn't until the early 1900s that the first commercial orchards were established, and that was in Florida and California and Hawaii almost simultaneously. And then there was a tremendous amount of there's not a way you can just scroll slightly so that the slide, otherwise I'm going to, no, it's okay, it's all right. I'll make sure the presentation is available for you guys, but you can see most of the thing. So the current situation now is that it's a very young crop as a commercial crop. You know, we're talking about 150 years old. So there's tremendous diversity out there. And it's only in recent years, since the 50s, that the crop started to settle down into a few important varieties. And what I would like to say here now is other industries have paid the school fees on avocado. It's not necessary for the Indian plantation industry to pay those school fees again. That's a very important concept, and I'll get into that a bit more. So the most important varieties commercially are the black-skinned varieties. About 70% of all the fruit that's moving around the world turns a dark color when it ripens. And of those, Hass is the most important. Hass dominates international trade. About 80%, or between 80 and 90% of the fruit moving around the world from one country to another is Hass. And Hass, it was a chance discovery in California amongst some seedlings that were growing in a backyard. There are new Hass types that have been bred which have some advantages over the original Hass. That includes lamb Hass, gem, Maluma. There's a new variety that's out now called Luna, Harvest, Surprise, and a few others. But the point I'm making here is Hass dominates world shelves, if you like, retail sales. And there's a good reason for that. It has a moderate size, it has exceptional flavor and quality, and it's very suited to retail. It's not terribly well suited to growing because it has some problems. It switches itself down at about 35 degrees. And when it does that, some of the fruit gets sunburned. And if there are a number of days, you know, if say there's 30 or 45 days above 35, the fruit starts being small. You don't lose fruit, but the fruit size suffers because photosynthesis is hindered at temperatures above 35. These newer varieties, lamb Hass and gem, can tolerate very high temperatures into the 40s and continue to photosynthesize. And so the yield on lamb Hass and gem, and in fact Maluma too, is higher than Hass generally, a little higher, because it's not hindered by these high temperatures. And we don't have a small fruit problem in either of those next three, lamb Hass, gem, and Maluma. The letter after the variety is the flower type. I'll talk a little bit more about A and B flower types. Avocados have perfect flowers. they have male and female parts, but they exhibit a phenomenon called synchronous dichogamy, which means they open twice in 2 consecutive days. The first day they open female, and the second day they open male. On the A-type flower types, they open on the first day in the morning female, and in the afternoon of the second day they open as male. And on the B flower types, they open in the afternoon of the first day female, and male in the morning of the second day. That's an ecological or an adaptation to encourage cross-pollination in the wild. So it's something we've inherited from the natural botany of avocado, of Persea americana, and we have to live with it. Fortunately, I've been looking everywhere I go at the flowers here. Most of the flowers I'm finding are A flower types, even in the local varieties. But I see from about 11:30 in the morning till about 2:30 in the afternoon, they're both flower types are open. So we are even you know, so while the one flower is opening male in the afternoon, for example, the female is still shutting down. So there is some crossover within the single flower type. I don't think we're going to have a tremendous need for B flower types planted within the A flower types, but we'll have to do that research to see later on. And then there are, sorry, you seem to be losing ground every time on these slides. Is it possible to just open the PDF? Oh, you've got it. Okay. Could we? I'll just ask you guys to that's easier. So the rest of it, Luna is a new variety. It just got released by the University of California. It is a Hass type, looks just like Hass, very highly productive, and is a bee flower type. So I would encourage those who are bringing plant material in that they try and make a deal with Westphalia. It's Westphalia owned, I believe. I'm not actually certain of that. Harvest and Surprise have fallen a bit out of favor because of erratic yield. Next slide, please. Okay, the green-skinned varieties, which make up about the other 20% of world trade, if you like, in the United States only make up about 2 or 3%, include the very famous Fuerte, which was the first variety ever importantly commercialized, which is a bee flower type, but a very difficult tree to grow. A big tree that only starts producing in the 5th year and is a little bit difficult to manage, has very erratic yields. Reed is a greenskin that's a very, very prolific, high yielding, but rather a large fruit. I think Reed would be a super fruit for the Indian local market because it's high quality, has a thick skin, it chips quite well. It has a lot of the characteristics of the local varieties, but a vastly improved quality in terms of the thickness of the skin and the flavor. And the others listed, I'm not going to go through them, but you will have this presentation to look at later. But Fuerte, Reed, and Pinkerton are the most important greenskin varieties worldwide at the moment. Next slide, please. Okay, so where does avocado come from? It's okay. So to understand this crop, you need to understand that it comes from the rainforest, basically, and it's an understory tree. It's not a climax tree. So it's a late succession tree in the forest, and it's understanding this native environment is very important in understanding how this tree grows. And a lot of work has been done on this, on the physiology of the tree. So you find avocado forests of the type of varieties that are now very important commercially in the high montane, the mist belt, if you like, the cloud forests of Mexico and Guatemala in the native habitat. and as late succession understory trees. They're not true climax forest trees. So the immediate thing you would think is, yay, we can plant these in the shade. But here's the thing. Next slide, please. Okay, there's just a definition of ecophysiology. It's a study of the physiology of the tree and related to the ecology of where it comes from. Let's talk about some of the things that we found that are related to ecophysiology. The tree architecture is adapted to competition with big trees. The architecture. So what happens, as soon as the tree senses shade, it starts elongating and trying to get out of the shade. Okay, that's the adaptation. So it's not suited to be under shade. It's adapted to competing with sun spots in the shade. Branching is completely unpredictable. So it's not like an apple tree where you can train it into a set pattern where you see fields and fields of apple trees that all look identical. Very difficult to make avocado trees all look absolutely identical because the branching is very erratic. It branches wherever there's sunlight, another branch will be formed. There's a potential for 2 to 4 vigorous growth flushes per year. It's got large leaves, so very efficient leaves with photosynthesis. The leaves are saturated at about half the available sunlight. So a leaf in the sun is saturated at about half of the available light. But what that means is the leaves inside the canopy are able to carry on photosynthesizing in quite dark conditions at half the available amount of light that's on the outside. A very important thing, could we go back one? Very important thing is the leaves are waterproof. So the tree is this understory tree in a dripping cloud forest where the other trees are dripping moisture on it. The leaves cannot be permeable because they cannot lose nutrients. In those cloud forests, the nutrients are very, very difficult to come by. So the trees are scavenging for nutrients. And so the leaf is completely waterproof, and when drips drip on the leaf, you don't want any of the nutrients in the leaf then to leak out. So water doesn't get into the leaf. So that's a clue, and a clue that's been proven over and over and again by researchers in California. Avocados don't take up nutrients by foliar sprays, and yet everybody uses foliar sprays. It baffles me, absolutely baffles me, but that's the case. Okay, they're fairly shade-tolerant leaves, as I said, very short-lived if they're excessively shaded. The trees are self-mulching, which is a very important thing. They accumulate organic matter on their own. They make their own organic matter under the tree. And the roots, their own roots, grow up into that leaf litter near the surface and scavenge for nutrients. The roots are very shallow. Very unusual in the plant kingdom, they have no root hairs. So these roots are not adapted to stripping nutrients off clay colloids like other plants are. Root hairs generally increase the absorptive area of a root near the root tip, and also they release hydrogen and strip off cations off clay colloids. So these, even though they're very efficient shallow feeder roots, they have an extremely high oxygen requirement, which is one of the problems with avocado. If they get asphyxiated with water, the tree dies. So that's something to keep in mind all the time. Hoarding and recycling of scarce nutrients is common. There's 0 salt tolerance in Mexican and Guatemalan types, very good salt tolerance in West Indian types. Okay, so what do we know about the ecophysiology as it relates to reproduction? There's a very high light requirement for the initiation of flower buds. So in late summer, generally, when the light's high, all of the shoots and buds that are in full sun will initiate flowers. The flowers won't appear for till another 3 months until the flush comes out, but they have a high light requirement. So what happens when we put them with competing shade trees is you don't get as much flowering as is required for commercial crop, and you end up with half or a quarter of the potential yields that this tree can produce. I know that sounds like a contradiction of its light requirements, but it didn't evolve to be a crop tree. It evolved to survive in these very competitive forest environments. So in full sun, you get heavy peripheral flowering, up to 1 million individual flowers on a mature tree, and those flowers are opening every day over a period of 3 to 6 weeks, even though each individual flower only lasts for 2 days. And if that flower is pollinated, then it sets a fruit. Flowering is synchronized by cold and or drought stress. So there are going to be, I've looked at your weather data and seasonality, there are going to be areas that are going to have 2 flowerings here, where you have the dry period and the cold period slightly offset. And when that happens, you probably will get 2 flowerings, a major flowering and a minor flowering, but that's not a problem. It's very inefficient flowering. It's very carbon, mineral, and water expensive. So out of 1 million flowers, you might get 250 fruit. It's enormously expensive for the tree. So at that time of flowering, it needs a lot of water, it needs a lot of nutrients, it needs everything in place for you to set a proper crop. They're very inconspicuous flowers, pollinated by small insects, and of course you have the A and B flower types. On the other rest of the reproductive things, there is a fruit drop, 2 fruit drops generally a year, one when the fruit's about the size of a pigeon egg, and then one a little later of larger fruit. That's just self-regulation so that the tree doesn't get into carbohydrate stress. The fruit is energy expensive, highly nutritious, high in healthy fats, vitamins, minerals, and a full component of amino acids. And that tells us something about how it evolved. Remember that also it's got a large, very large seed in the plant kingdom, and it's a protected seed. It's poisonous. So nothing can eat an avocado seed. It's not fed on by anything. It's not the food of any creature. So it's got very concentrated reserves in that seed that will support a seedling for up to a year without requiring any sunshine. That's important for its adaptation to that environment in the forest, on the forest floor. And fruit softening and ripening only occurs when the fruit is stripped from the tree. Okay? Very advantageous for growing avocados. I used to tell California avocado farmers that they were growing the easiest crop in the world to grow, because you've got a 6 to 12 week window in which to harvest a particular variety. Not like peaches where you literally have 3 days, or table grapes where you might have 3 or 4 days, or apricots where you may have 1 day when the fruit's ready and needs to be harvested. You have a very broad window. Okay, next slide. That just gives a picture of the flowering, early fruit set, and at the top there, day 1, when the flower opens as female. If you look in the middle of that flower, I don't know how clear that is for you guys, but you can see the pistil there with the little ovary at the bottom there, right in the center, and the stamens, the male flower parts, are pressed down on the petals. That's when it's in the female phase. So on an A flower type, that's in the morning of the first day. In the B flower type, that's in the afternoon of the first day. And the second one shows the male flower opening, and that's always on the second day. And on the A flower type, it's in the afternoon of the second day, and on the B flower type, in the morning of the second day. And there you see the stamens have lifted up, and then as the dew, or if you like, of the morning dries down, the pollen gets to a certain relative humidity and it suddenly releases from the stamens. It becomes airborne, but very short-lived. So there's pollination by insects, little small insects, small bees, flies, and wind and water. Okay, next slide, please. So how do we, all of this knowledge, how is it applied to how we plant avocados and the modern avocado orchard and the technologies we use and the management we use, and how avocados are managed today, or planted and managed today in the world? Next slide. Okay, successful establishment and growing on avocados really is based on 7 pillars, in my opinion. The right climate. We know we have that here. In fact, I would bet we probably have the range of climates in India where you will have avocado production in some part of India of these good high quality varieties throughout the year. Because if you look at location, south and north, and elevation, low and high, you've got a full range of climatic conditions that you really could stretch this out with the right varieties, so you'd have year-round supply. Good soil. Having a good soil is essential. This cannot be planted in any soil. If the soil is too wet or too heavy, the trees might initially grow, but eventually they'll get into trouble with Phytophthora. You need proper site preparation. It used to be that farmers would clear a field and just dig holes and plant the trees and everything would grow. Nowadays, there's a whole very expensive, relatively expensive way of preparing the site that almost all of the industries worldwide are following. Proper post-planting care and long-term management also essential. If you get everything right, this is an easy crop to grow because of this long period you can harvest it. If you get even one of these things wrong, it can be an unforgiving crop, unfortunately. The first thing that you see almost universally now worldwide is either ridging or terracing. Now I know this, I'm going to be quite blunt with you guys. I'm going to tell you the best way of growing avocados, the way that the world, the technologies the world is using in the top industries. I'm not getting paid for being here. I mean, Pricey is generously paying for my travel. But my time, I'm giving up for you guys for free. I have no hidden agenda. I'm not trying to make money out of anybody. So I'm going to be blunt about, I sincerely believe that some sort of terracing or ridging or mounding is required for success in these very high rainfall areas of India. Simply because that high root oxygen requirement of these roots, even transient waterlogging, complete waterlogging of the soil. And I don't mean at field capacity, I mean beyond field capacity, where it's waterlogged, will deprive the roots of oxygen and they will die, and the trees will go out of the rainy season into the dry, hot season in a bad situation and will rapidly collapse. And I think some of the plantings I've seen is probably not Phytophthora. It's simply root asphyxiation that I've seen where trees have died, particularly low down in the fields. Phytophthora does go for stressed roots. So there probably is an interaction there of Phytophthora cinnamomi and waterlogged roots. But yeah. Next slide. So the first one was of terraces, and this is a ridging machine working on the farm that I work at in South Africa. It's just a four-wheel drive John Deere pulling an implement with offset discs that passes 3 times over the field along the same line and builds a ridge, if you like, of mounded soil about 60 centimeters high. Next slide. That's what it looks like 3 years later. That's Maluma on Dusa rootstock in that same field. Andrew there, who is the son of the owner of the property, is about 2 meters high, so that gives you an idea. So proper soil preparation really does add a lot to the orchard. Irrigation. in your dry season, it is going to be possible, let me rephrase this, it is going to be possible in some of the areas I visited to do dryland avocados, but they would need to be started on irrigation. So the first 2 years to get the tree going in the dry season, you'd need to add supplemental irrigation. And then you could probably wean them off, because there are areas in South Africa that are getting 180 centimeters of rain, and then a 3-month or 4-month dry season. We're very successful at dryland avocado production. So you have plenty of those sorts of conditions here. So it is possible. I think you will need irrigation to get the tree started. And really, with these new technologies of micro-irrigation, it's really a choice between mini sprinklers and drippers. I've seen very successful properties with drippers so far since I've been here, but mini sprinklers are also an option if you prefer that for maintenance. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. Wind protection, I don't think, so far I'm not seeing any areas where wind has come up as an issue. I know in the monsoon you might get heavy wind. If you're on a very exposed upper site that is prone to wind, you might need to add some wind protection. Next slide, please. Traditionally in South Africa, we've used 𝐂𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 they compete with that first row. If you look on the right-hand side there, that first row of trees will start declining because the casuarina roots are so competitive. There's also poplars which are used. Some of the poplar varieties work a little bit better. You may be able to use grevillea, which are already used in the tea because those are available. The only issue I have with grevillea is it is a host of, it's resistant to Phytophthora, but it's a host of Phytophthora. So many of these Australian trees are hosts to Phytophthora, have co-evolved with Phytophthora. So they don't die, but they get sick. And I'm looking around at the grevilleas that are in the tea. I am seeing sick ones. So I suspect you do have Phytophthora in the grevillea. So it might not be the best if you need to put in a physical windbreak to use. Next slide, please. Often what we do to get the tree going, I'm in a very windy area, is we put these little screens around the trees that's made of shade cloth. They're recycled. So as we start each field, we use the same little screen in the next plot. And that'll be on around the trees for a year until they settle in. And once they settle in, then they tolerate the wind quite well. But just that tender little tree that came out of the nursery is quite sensitive to wind. So we do this. This is very common practice. And in very seriously windy areas now, all over the world, they're putting up artificial windbreaks like this, enormously expensive. 80,000 rand per hectare. So that would be, it would be 80 times 4 in rupees, to give you an idea. Very, very, very expensive. That's the cost per hectare. And it's only happening in mature companies that have grown avocados now for many years and have been making a lot of money. The new farmers definitely cannot afford to build something like that. So I'm not recommending that for this time. In the early industry, I'm not seeing enough wind here, and I'm not hearing, aside from when the monsoon comes, you do have some wind, but that's wet wind. It's not, the wind we're protecting out here is dry, hot wind. That causes the damage. Mulching and cover crops. So this tree is from the forest. It likes a lot of organic material around it. Its roots grow up near the surface. 80% of avocado roots in the top 30 centimeters. And so it likes organic matter. So any kind of organic matter that you can mulch around the trees is great. So this is a combination of ridging or mounding, mulching, and micro-irrigation to get the trees going. And this particular area that I'm showing you here is high up in South Africa, 1,800 millimeters of rain, and this will end up being probably dry land farming in the end. The micro sprinklers will be taken out once the trees are established. This is, and Ken will talk some more about, this is up in India. This is the first trees that were planted. This is when they were a year old. This is reed on Dusa, growing very nicely with a cover crop to try and stabilize the soil during the monsoon. This particular cover crop is Pintoy peanut, which was a local plant that we found there, but which is being used worldwide as a leguminous cover crop. Very easy to manage and maintain. But we've, I think, moving now to using soybean as a cover crop, which stabilizes the ridges very well. So during the heavy rain, doesn't let the raindrops hit the soil and seal the soil and wash away the soil, holds the mound together. It's just kept clear around the tree. Then the soybeans are harvested by hand, and the plants are then used as a mulch directly around the tree. Next slide, please. Here's, I guess, the take-home message from this part of my talk. What a difference 50 years makes. So when I started in the California industry in 1984, the average yield, and you can go back and look at the California Avocado Commission website, it's got the average yields for the industry each year. We're about 7 tons per hectare. And the most outstanding grower, who was a guy called Ruben Hofschi at the time when I started off, was alternating between 11 and 15 tons per hectare, or 16 tons a hectare. And consistently getting 16 tons a hectare was unheard of. Now, with what we know and with the genetics that we have, it improved everything, all of the school fees paid, if you like. I'm saying this again because I don't think we need to pay the school fees again in India. 16 tons is a good average. I mean, it really is. And if you look at all the industries, it's a reasonable average. And 33 to 35 tons per hectare is not unheard of. There's a researcher in California, I think I might have mentioned this, Dr. Carol Lovett, who has calculated that the maximum sustainable yield is 30 tons per hectare. So you will get these years where you get to 33 or 35, but it'll dump back down to 23 or 25 the next year. But you're averaging in the high 20s. So it's a completely new ball game now. And with back on farm prices being averaging worldwide right now at around for the good quality fruit at around 25 rand, so 100 rupees a kilogram, it makes a huge difference financially if you're getting these high yields versus the 7, which used to be the acceptable norm. So we don't need to go back and start this industry at 7 tons per hectare. It just wouldn't make any sense, and it probably wouldn't be attractive to you guys as farmers to plant avocado if that were going to be the case. So it's these incremental things that we've done. You know, the germplasm, the climate, the mounding, the mulching, the proper nutrition, the proper irrigation, at least in the beginning, to get the trees going, so that you end up with an even stand of trees. That's highly productive. That's what it's about. So that's just a view. Ken's been to this particular orchard in South Africa. That's a new gem orchard. So you can see all of the technologies employed there. This guy is a dairy farmer. He owns a very successful cheese factory and dairy, which he sold, and now he's become an avocado farmer. And he's done everything by the book, and I expect he'll do extremely well. I'm going to completely switch gears now, next slide, and talk about nursery tree quality, because this is going to be critical to the success of this industry in the beginning. And I would warn you, there are going to be people who are going to take advantage of the industry in the early days and set up slapdash nurseries, cheap trees. There's no shortcuts with producing a quality tree. And I really think your organization should be involved in ensuring that quality trees are delivered to the plantation industry from the beginning. And I'll talk about that a little bit here. But really it needs to be a cooperative arrangement that comes from this organization, government, the nurseries, and the growers themselves. You really want to establish a system that ensures a system that ensures the selection, production, and distribution of disease-free, true to type, plant material of top quality. It could be in the form of a certification system for the nurseries. But you guys have got an opportunity here to take control of things and make things right so that you don't distribute inferior material, particularly of the wrong germplasm or carrying diseases. That's the worst possible scenario. Next slide, please. That's just a filler slide. Next slide, please. So basic nursery responsibilities really are that the plant material is true to type, so that the mother blocks that they're getting the budwood from are certified varietals. Okay, that they're not something that somebody says they think it is, but is actually certified. The trees that are supplied are disease-free, that quality meets basic minimum standards, and the trees are ready for delivery within an agreed schedule. If you are, for example, pulling out or intercropping with tea and you have to take some rows out, and you've been told that your trees are going to be available in September, and then you discover that no, it's not this September, it's June next year. That's enormously expensive for you. You've lost months, you've lost a year of growth. So it's important that the nurseries follow this. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so standards should ensure the sign and rootstock, budwood, and seed material is taken from approved and indexed trees. The trees should be selected for vigor, productivity, and health status, and must be tested and certified avocado sunblotch viroid free. The worst silent disease of avocado, the worst disease is definitely Phytophthora cinnamomi root rot. But the one that's going to catch this industry by surprise if we don't ensure clean material is going to be avocado sunblotch viroid. And this, I would bet anything, it's already in what we call the local varieties. These are West Indian types. They are classic asymptomatic carriers of the virus. Particularly the tough ones. They've been selected for a long time as backyard trees and often are contaminated. The other thing that I would suggest just quickly is growers should ensure that their individual nursery contract includes a provision to replace non-true to type trees. So if, for example, and this happens, I'm a nurseryman myself, and this has happened in my nursery where I've sold a farmer Maluma trees, which are high-density trees, and 1 or 2 has have got mixed in because my guys in the nursery were sloppy. And I immediately, when I recognized that it's not Maluma, replaced those 2 trees. That should be in the contract, and that can be negotiated with you and your nurseryman. Next slide, please. Sorry, back. Sorry. Okay, there's an example of true to type. That's that's myself standing in the nursery at Zambia, and you see I'm a different variety to my friend standing next to me, and that's kind of how it is with avocados. But commercial avocado nurseries really should be able to offer you true to type, and I've given you lists there. I'm not going to run through them. Really, in the rootstocks, there's 2 technologies there. There's the clonal rootstocks, which I believe are sort of the pinnacle of technology with avocado rootstocks, and then the seedling lines of rootstocks, which are being used now already in Zambia, in India, which aren't bad. I would caution you, though, we don't have enough information on the Israeli rootstocks yet to know for sure that they're going to perform well in Indian conditions. They were selected for Israeli conditions. So Fairchild, Daganya, Ashdod were all selected under high salt, high heat, harsh conditions. Nothing like, and high pH soil conditions. Nothing like Indian conditions. So I'm not knocking the efforts being made by nurseries to get trees to growers of the best stuff that's available, and that is the best that has been available in India so far. But we will see the nurseries starting to produce clonal rootstocks in India soon. I'm convinced of that. And I'll work with people in the industry to make sure that happens and provide the SOP to do the cultivation. I think once you start producing clonal rootstocks in India, there'll be no looking back. There will be none of the necessity to use the seedling rootstocks. Seedling rootstocks are inherently uneven because each one is genetically different. So even if it's a seedling line and even if it's claimed by parties, industries that, oh, this seedling line works very well in our industry and it's very true to type. You and I both know, you may have married the most beautiful woman in the world and you're the most good-looking guy. That does not mean your children are good-looking and beautiful, right? I'm just using that as an example to drum it in. There is genetic variation in seedling population. Next slide, please. This just gives you an idea of how bad it can be. This is my own farm, so I'm not pointing fingers at anybody else but myself. In the background there are the oldest trees, those Hass and Reed planted on random seedlings collected from the South African industry, from an unscrupulous nursery. There was a 10-year waiting list for trees on good rootstocks in South Africa, and the farm owner decided that he was going to buy these trees, and I advised him not to. When he did eventually buy them, I advised him not to plant them, but he did anyway. Look at the stand there. There's some big trees, some small trees, some gaps, and the field looks terrible. That field, those are the oldest trees receiving the same water and same fertilizer. The whole system on that farm runs together, so you can't cheat on it. The next is Hass and Reed on Dusa in year 4. Look how even that stand is. There's a few gaps where trees have died, but the trees are beautiful. And then right here in the foreground is Maluma on Dusa year 5 that were planted just after those West Indian seedling rootstocks. That's for everybody to see. There is a risk in particularly planting seedlings of unknown origin. So there will be, just simply because of the economics of it and the demand for trees, there will be unscrupulous nurserymen that will appear selling all and everything to you. Trueness to type and good genetic material is required. Next, please. Okay, the trees need to be disease-free. Sorry, that's something that's been left there. But you need to have some sort of a certification system, and really you need the trees to be Phytophthora root rot free coming from the nursery. That also is a certification system. A lab can easily check for you, randomly check trees in the nursery and provide you a certificate and say, this nursery is Phytophthora free. Next. These are just a list of minimum tree standards. I'm not going to read through them with you, but it really means that the tree needs to follow certain criteria of quality. You don't want to be planting a tiny tree with a crooked stem looking sick. You need all the trees to be the same height, very good root systems, etc. Next. They really should be straight, have a good graft union that's smooth. The graft union mustn't be too close to the soil because you'll have problems of suckers coming out, but not too high either. And then you need to be a healthy stem diameter. I'm saying 8 millimeters minimum at the base, but bigger than that's even better. And branching shouldn't happen until about 30 centimeters up the stem. Next, please. The tree should have at least 2 hardened off growth flushes, at least 10 fully grown leaves. Leaves should be dark, glossy, green, and healthy. There should be a record to show seed source material that is used for both the seedling rootstocks and the clonal rootstocks has been tested for sunblotch for the last 2 years. There must be a record to show that the sign material has also been tested for sunblotch. Next, please. And then, of course, that you should try and negotiate with the nursery. And Ken, who's going to speak later, has been very, very adept at doing this with the South African nurseries. He put them all on the spot. I find it quite amusing because they've never had somebody come and tell them, okay, if you don't deliver on time, we want to penalize you. So the price of the trees starts going down, right, Ken? If they miss the delivery date. And it's amazing how well it's worked. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'm not sure how are we going to wait for the panel to field questions, or do we want some people want to ask questions now? I think let's wait for the panel. No. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's a fantastic question. Okay, most of the orchards being planted now are fairly high density. Most orchards 40 years ago were 20 feet by 20 feet. They now go down to, and I'm sorry I'm going to go to meters now, but it's now normally around 6 meters between the rows and 4 meters between trees for Hass and 3 meters between trees for all the others. And there's some variation. Yeah, there's some variation on that depending on you know how you building your mounds, or if you're going to interplant, for example, you're going to have to play around with those numbers. We have open areas. What spacing would you recommend in an open area? 6 by 4 or 7 by 4. No. So they really like, good, very good question. They like highly weathered tropical soils, which you have. All these red-colored soils are generally highly weathered, well-drained, good structure. So when they dry and you look down at the surface of the soil, you see that cracking. That avocados absolutely thrive on that kind of soil. So these tropical red soils are very, very good. pH below 6.5. Below 6.5. So anywhere from 4.5 to 6.5, particularly these new clonal rootstocks thrive on low pH. They do not like pH above 6.5. And we had a very expensive mistake that happened in Zambia, where they changed the borehole water from a borehole that was at 6.2, and then they gave us 7.8 water. And we nearly lost 20,000 trees. So they're very sensitive to high pH. Except, now here's the exception, the Israeli selections of rootstocks. They were selected for high pH. So Israeli soils are all above 7. Some of them as high as 7.8. Very alkaline. I know your soils are very acid for the most part. But the new clonal rootstocks are very well suited to these acidic conditions. If you go to the north of South Africa, all of the soils are in that 4.5 to 6.5 range. Okay, they have evolved to be adapted to a dry period of 3 to 4 months. So they don't mind being dry for 3 to 4 months. They come from typically monsoonal areas. And ideally the rainfall should be above 1,400, but obviously with these very heavy rainfalls of 2,800 millimeters or 280 centimeters in some of your areas, that's going to be quite hazardous if the trees aren't mounded. If they're mounded, they'll be fine. But if you don't do any soil prep and you plant them straight in that ground, that soil profile is going to fill and get entirely saturated, and then the roots aren't going to have oxygen, and you'll have decline. And then when you move from the wet season into the dry season, you'll have tree collapse. That answer. Sorry, I can't quite.
not even 1% flowering to fruit setting.
Oh, it's a big failure, yeah. It's,
Mechanism to increase the fruit setting at least to 1%, that will have a great impact on the yield.
yes, the flowering and fruit set period is critical. And one of the reasons that these trees have such a long flowering period and have all of these flowers opening day after day after day after day within each inflorescence. I mean, each inflorescence may have 100 to 250 flowers, and that's on the tip of one branch. And those flowers will be opening from the first flower, if you like, the king bloom, going down, 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 and every day another flower opens each day. It's very inefficient. But the tree generally will set as much fruit as it can carry in those light conditions. So if it's in full sunlight, it might set on a mature tree 150 to 250 individual fruits. In the end, it might initially set 500 fruits, but with these 2 periods of fruit drop, it will self-regulate. So we don't do any chemical thinning of fruit or physical thinning of fruit like they do in the apple and pear and stone fruit industries. We let the tree self-regulate. Occasionally the tree will set too much fruit and will get into trouble. It just runs out of energy, but very occasionally. That answered it. Sorry. These Mexican Guatemalan hybrids are all highly adapted to high elevation. So we see in very high areas of South Africa, as long as the temperature doesn't get below zero, so temperatures down to -1 are tolerated for about 3 hours. But longer periods than that are not tolerated. So you'd have to look at your minimums. But the elevation, they're very well adapted to being in these high montane cloud forests. So when you are having your monsoon, for example, I would imagine at those elevations, you've socked in, there's clouds everywhere. They're very well adapted to those conditions. The yield is very good, yes, very good. So the yield will be in that range that I was talking of 16 to 33 tons per hectare, depending on how well the particular planting was planted and managed, and you have the right germplasm. But yes, the Guatemalan Mexican hybrids, the Hass, Lamb Hass, Gem, Maluma, Leola, and others are very, Luna and others are very, very adapted to high elevation conditions. And you will, at those elevations, your fruit will be the last of the fruit to be harvested if you've got year-round supply. It will be the late fruit. Generally, the late fruit in any industry receives the highest prices. So instead of going high in elevation in South Africa, what I've done is gone south to where it's cold, because I'm in the southern hemisphere. So the further south towards Cape Town you go, the colder it gets. I'm in a typically apple and pear growing area. I planted avocados. Our avocados came out last. The returns for a lot of the stuff that was harvested in January and February was 45 rands back on farm per kilo, so 45 times 4, 180 rupees per kilo, very high. So the low elevation stuff that's more down south in India will be the earliest fruit. The high elevation stuff moving north will be your latest fruit in your domestic production, if in fact an industry develops.
Excuse me. I have 2 questions. Number one, when you're interplanting avocados in between tea, will it cause a root competition? And number 2, you've talked about some of the diseases. What about pests and fungal diseases in a high rainfall area? Those are the 2 questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're opening a whole nother book. So I do believe there's going to be competition with tea. The tea has a very, very, very strong root system, and you know that if you look at what's underground in a tea plant, never mind the taproot, but it's got a lot of root system, and it will spread, and it will aggressively. Obviously, if you're starting those avocados off with some sort of mini sprinkler or drip irrigation, I think tea will aggressively look for that water. So yeah, I'm a little skeptical that it's going to work well as an interplant with tea. I know interplanting has become the norm. Peppers interplanted with tea. I've seen rubber and coffee and various other things interplanted, and I fully understand the philosophy behind that. Avocado is a peculiar plant. It's very, very particular about what it likes. It's very bad at root competition. It doesn't like any weeds around it, any other roots around it. Only because in its native environment, all its roots will be in the litter layer below the forest trees, where all the leaves have fallen and where there's all that organic matter, where it has no other competition. Its roots are adapted to that. So it really needs a monoculture of roots itself, unfortunately. But we need to try it with tea. I could be wrong. There's nobody's done any research. So, it might just be that one of these clonal rootstocks will do fine in tea, won't mind the competition, or they're competing at different levels. It's just an unknown yet, but my gut feeling tells me that we're going to have issue with competition. You'll also have competition, now we're talking about the diseases and insects. Tea mosquito bug is a pest of avocado now, a serious pest of avocado. So hopefully people working on that pest in the various crops that's causing damage, including coffee, that we'll quickly come up with a solution for it. In terms of the foot traffic in the tea, obviously if you've got a row of avocados in the middle of tea, you're going to have tea picking foot traffic between the avocados and the tea by necessity. Avocados are not very good with foot traffic because foot traffic carries Phytophthora with it. And the spores are spread very rapidly by feet. So down a row of avocados, if one of the pickers walks in with contaminated shoes with mud on them, one of the tea harvesters, and moves down the row of avocados, you're going to infect the whole lot. That's another reason maybe that mounding will help. But then think of it, if you take out a tea row, where's the material going to come for the mounding? Unless you can get some equipment in there to turn over the soil to raise it, to aerate it and raise it, because these are very compacted soils now. They've had tea on them for 100 or more years. So they've been walked on, and it's been a monoculture, very kept clean, no other roots, just the tea roots. So a lot of the structure, I think, is gone. If there's a way of bringing some sort of equipment in there to lift that and turn over that soil and aerate it and lift it above the tea soil, then maybe we'll get over that. So there's a lot of work and trial and error that needs to be done to get it. Yeah.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Among the local varieties that are available in South India, suppose if we are going for the selection criteria for rootstock and scion, what are all the characters, the vegetative and reproductive characters that you would suggest to look for?
Okay, so that's a very good question. Thank you. I would be looking for, firstly, the ability to ship the fruit. So it needs to be high dry matter content. So all of these really good tasting varieties have a dry matter content above 20%. So when the fruit is ready to pick and you take a sample of the pulp and you dry it, it's 20% dry material. So it's not very much water. Most of the West Indian varieties peak at about 16% dry matter. So you would need to look for a local variety that has a high dry matter content. You would need to find one that goes into the right market window. So when there's maybe not a lot of other fruit on the shelves of other avocados, and one that has a relatively thick skin so you can ship it. And the skin that doesn't suddenly get black marks all over it because of handling. So most of these very thin green-skinned varieties will not go over a pack line. The rolling, they will be so badly scarred up on a pack line that they wouldn't be marketable. So then you would need to pack by hand. That's not impossible. I mean, consider how we handle pepper, for example. There's a lot of handling it. But if you start developing into a big industry and demand starts developing for that variety and it doesn't have the tolerance needed to go over a pack line, I think you will be unsuccessful. Because packing needs to be mechanical because of the money spent on labor. You need to reduce labor costs. So like all these new automatic tea factories now that are taking in the tea and everything, once it gets wilted, almost everything is automatic. It's done by machines. I mean, at least that's what I saw, a lot of it. So we can't go back to the old days with avocados and be packing them by hand. It's the same issue. You need to be able to mechanically pack the avocados into the cartons, get them onto a pallet and get them shipped. So I know that doesn't, you also need a small seed size and good flavor, excellent flavor. I'm not saying that there isn't a market for these West Indian varieties for the milkshake, special dietary and cuisine practices, which already are in India. But the Guatemalan Mexican hybrids, which are the darker skinned ones, very thick skinned, rough skinned ones, they just handle better and have a much wider range of use, all the way from milkshakes to pizza to salad to sushi, and have been widely adopted by the world. There's not really, the most successful West Indian variety is Booth in the United States. It's less than 1% of all of the fruit volume on avocados. And it's now advertised by the Florida industry as Avocados Light, L-I-T-E, because it is low in fat. It actually is poor in quality. I mean, if you taste it, it doesn't taste very good. So they've tried an angle on that. Sorry, I've really rambled on, but I think you get the idea. Very good question. So depending on the weather, yield can be reduced. So hot, dry winds during flowering will dampen yield severely. Water stress during flowering and fruit set will dampen yield. And if that happens, and I've seen this happen industry-wide, it's happened in Peru now with El Nino. They had a very bad year set up by weather conditions, followed by a very heavy year, and now they've gone to 2 consecutive low-yielding years for some reason. So they've got, they do alternate.
Doctor, what would be the minimum water requirement, especially during initial establishment and post plant maturity? Okay, excellent.
So obviously that depends on the size of the tree. So generally speaking, I would say in a young planting, they're going to be using about 20 or 30 liters every other day. It really depends on conditions. Per year on a mature average yielding orchard, you're looking at about 1,200 millimeters total water use by the crop. So if you're in an area that's getting much more rainfall than that, obviously that's superfluous. You're not going to be using it. Nonetheless, you might need to supplementally irrigate if you have a long dry period and you have temperatures like we've had this last 2 weeks.
But we were told that you need to give between 30 to 50 liters of water every day during summer.
On the young trees, to get them going, you might during harsh conditions. But remember that it's adapted to dry, wet cycles. It's not adapted to being wet all the time. And if you keep the soil horizon completely wet, and I did see this in a couple of the orchards, where if I took the soil, I could almost squeeze water out of it. And you get Phytophthora. That Phytophthora is just going to swim from tree to tree, the zoospores. So you need a drying cycle. The drying cycle will kill the zoospores of Phytophthora. So even if it's a one-day drying cycle, I generally say do every other day unless conditions are extremely hot. I mean, if you get conditions that are 40 and the wind's blowing, then maybe that, every day, but otherwise every other day. I would rather see a bit more water every other day than a little bit every day. Yeah. How do they screen? So it's generally a laboratory test where they sample leaves. So they will randomly sample leaves on entire rows of trees. The mother trees, they will sample leaves off every mother tree as an individual sample. And then it's an ELISA test that's run in the lab. And it's widely available in the literature, the testing methods. It's done by both government and by private laboratories in every country I've been to.
One more question on the rootstock. You said the bud union has to be above the ground level. Why? In many crops we bury it below the ground because the seven is the plant that is coming in ultimately. The rootstock is going to be the roots only.
Yeah, the roots is the roots only, but you don't want that root union to be too far underground, too close to the ground for two reasons. You'll get Phytophthora mengiae coming into and also Botryosphaeria coming into the graft union. Those two diseases can wreak havoc. If the Botryosphaeria starts working inside the graft union, if it gets into, because the graft union is always a slightly weak part. If Botryosphaeria gets in there and starts breaking down the wood, rotting that wood, the tree might get to this thick and then suddenly break at the graft union. So you want it raised slightly above the ground so it doesn't get too wet. And generally about between 10 and 30 centimeters is ideal. And then you can see also, if a shoot comes, you can easily see the graft union. If a shoot comes out below the graft union, you cut it off. If the graft union's under the ground and a shoot comes up, you won't know whether it's coming from the sign or the rootstock. Yes.
What we have seen is like we have heard presentations and coming from Israel, they say that we have adopted certain practices, which to me, I feel because of the agricultural condition, one, I'm depending upon the land terrain, it's flat, and we are in the zone where the lands, we have the sloping lands. The amounts what you are recommending to us, it feels eating on the high side. Because our soils are laterally low, well drained, slopy, drainage is good. I'm talking about coffee soils. And the amounts what we have done is what is best suited to our land. Of course, there's no compromise on the quality of the rootstock what you mentioned. Very, very important to maintain. With that being in place, about the cultivation practices what has been implemented, we have to adopt the practices what is best suited to our location, our soil, our agricultural condition. And the mounds being what we reduce the size of the mound because the anchorage, because you said 80% of the rootstock are the topsoil. So if there is wind or rain, the lodging is more, dislodging is more. So we have reduced what is best suited for us. Just to share this experience, and we have started cropping also. So what is important from what we have heard is the quality of the land medium, absolutely. We should well drain, and the nutrition what management what we follow. My colleague who's managing that, they do about 8 rounds of fertilization, but in fact, sometimes the recommendations on the other side. We have to also work out the cost benefit.
Yes.
Best suited because tomorrow, and we are also targeting a minimum of 30 kgs per tree. Looking at about 12 tons per acre. We have already harvested about 56 tons. First year crop on about 120 acres.
Yes. No. I understand what you're saying. I would point out that I know there's a cost. Costing is very important. To start moving earth around is enormously expensive. But generally speaking, there's very few industries who've managed to sustain the trees for a long time in a healthy condition that haven't done some sort of ridging or mounding. Because because of that oxygen demand of the trees, and when you do have a wet period, and you haven't sort of increased the porosity of the soil by mounding or at least around the tree, you end up in a situation where there isn't enough oxygen. Even though I know you've got very well-drained laterite soils, there is definitely an added benefit of doing the mounding. There is no doubt. Even if we see now what's happened in Peru, where El Nino has flooded part of the industry, and there it's very apparent. And these are on sand, absolute desert sand, where it very rarely rains, that they've planted. Those growers that ridged in the sand, and people thought they were mental. Really, they said, "You're crazy. Look, you pour a glass of water on the sand, it drains away." The ridged areas, the trees are fine. Where these heavy flooding occurred, on the flat areas, they've lost the trees. Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, I think, from my standpoint, if you're going to mound, try and do it as best you can. Ideally, it should be about 60 centimeters at its peak, higher than the rest of the soil after it settles. And then maybe at about a 3-meter diameter at the base of the mound, and a 2 or 1.5 meter at the peak of the mound. So a fairly substantial mound. But look, I understand, and I'm saying this with a lot of respect. In South Africa, there were areas, particularly the mountainous areas, with very, very well-drained, what they called hutton soils. These are highly weathered. They've been there for thousands and thousands of years with a lot of rain. And so by nature, they become what they call apedal, very, very beautifully structured soils with very good drainage. People did plant directly in that, and they were successful, but they weren't realizing the yields that we are realizing now with stuff that's been ridged. Yeah. Thank you.
For your very enriching talk.
I think a lot of these topics will be great for the panel.
So there's lots of new learnings for all of us. You've flagged a few critical areas such as quality of the plant and the rootstock. Guy has been traveling over the last few days to rubber country as well as some of the tea growing districts. And after today, he will be visiting the Anamales and Munnar and Vandi Periyar as well. And over these next few years, where avocado planting in plantations is in its infancy, we hope to have more interactions with him. Yesterday, somebody was talking about, maybe organizing a trip to South Africa to see what avocado plantations are like. So these are discussions that we can have. We will now break for a short while to have some refreshments and regroup in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Ken Blades. Ken is a citrus specialist and proprietor of KJB Agro Limited. He graduated from the University of Cambridge. He then practiced as a corporate finance lawyer. After settling in India and purchasing an estate in Coorg, he established KJB Agro Nursery, initially for citrus and then for avocados. Since 2021, Ken has been heading the development of the Nava Limited Avocado project in Zambia. Let me welcome Mr. Kenneth Blades and request him to make his presentation. He's going to share with us today his experience in avocado farming in Zambia.
Thank you. Yep. Let's have a look here. Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much to Opasi for having me. It's nice to be back in this hallowed hall. A lot of familiar faces here. I know a lot of you from my earlier life here. As you all know, I'm not a horticulturalist by training, unlike Guy. My job at the moment is to kind of dumb things down a bit, so that's just my natural inclination to take the kind of technical insights that Guy has and then make them so that I can understand them and so that my management also can make informed decisions on that basis. I'm currently over in Africa. The 𝐂𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 is still home, and I must say it's nice to be home. Really great. Love being here. So I'm currently heading up the development of a new avocado project in Zambia. Zambia is not a traditional avocado producing country. Nava is an Indian company. It's a large corporate. It presently does not have an agricultural vertical either here in India or anywhere else in the world for that matter. But was very keen to do an agriculture project in Zambia because our sister companies already have a large presence there in power generation, coal mining, and so on and so forth. So the government of Zambia allocated 10,000 hectares to us, and Nava Avocado is a subsidiary of the parent, which has been given 2,000 hectares in total, of which 1,100 hectares will be turned into avocado orchards over the next 5 years. We're 25% of the way through it. The balance area will be for infrastructure, environmental set-asides, and so on, for the satisfy European consumers, and so on and so forth. So what we're trying to develop is one of the largest, most technologically advanced, and sustainable avocado operations anywhere in the world. We're targeting 23,000 metric tons of fruit at maturity. So we're looking, I mean, per Guy's discussions earlier, we're targeting about 20 metric tons per hectare. Obviously, Zambia has the land mass around the size of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, possibly parts of Andhra put together, but only about 18 million people. So a domestic market is non-existent for us. Everything is destined for export, which has its own challenges, primarily fresh, but also a certain amount of processing. So building on what Guy said, I'm not joking, my job is to dumb things down really so that I can understand them and put them into practice. I just thought it might be interesting to supplement what Guy's talked about by just going through how we're going about doing this in Africa. Some of what we do is not going to be relevant to you all here in India, but to other people, you know, a lot of things might be relatively relevant. Back in 2021, in the middle of COVID, that was when it was decided to look into avocado production in Zambia. So we put together a team of international experts, including Guy, a colleague of his, Mary Lou, who gave a presentation here a couple of years ago, someone from Israel, and so on. So we had a very international contingent. We spent 4 months doing a feasibility study, looking at the agronomy, logistics, and just how we would go about developing that kind of project. We then put together a business model based on that, which took a further 2 months. We went into great detail, CapEx, OpEx, revenue, profit, ROI, RRRs, and so on. There's a great phrase that I've heard used saying, spreadsheet farming is easy. It's magical. You can just change a few numbers and it looks like the best project on earth, the most profitable thing you could ever do. You can change the numbers the other way and it can look like a thing that you wouldn't touch with a barge pole. So, you know, what we tried to do was give a realistic view. And one of the terms that was bandied around saying, well, we don't want to do a Rolls-Royce project, we just want a project that runs. So we ended up looking at how things are done in South Africa. We looked at, which is probably the most technologically advanced producing country. We also looked at how things are being done in places like Kenya and took it from there really. That's far lower down the kind of food chain. And we decided ultimately that the business model worked best on following the South African system, which, as I say, was the most technologically advanced. And I'll talk about what that all entailed shortly. What did we find out? Well, the key findings were effectively those, that the project site was well suited to avocado cultivation. I remember Mary Lou saying at the time, if you were going to choose anywhere on earth to grow avocados, this would be a good bet to do it here. So we were, you know, very fortunate. Guy took a visit to the farm and had a look, and he concurred with those views. So that was a really good start for us. We knew from the get-go that logistics were going to be a key challenge for us getting our fruit to market. I don't know how familiar you are with the geography of Southern Africa, but Zambia is a very large country that's landlocked. From our farm to the nearest seaport, which is Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, we cross an international border and we go 2,000 kilometers. That's roughly the distance from Bangalore to Calcutta. Then it goes on a boat for 20 days from there to get to Europe. We're going to have so much fruit, we're probably also going to have to send some through Walvis Bay in Namibia. That's 4,000 kilometers away by road before it gets on a boat. That's roughly 𝐂𝐻𝐿 to Srinagar. So they're the distances that we're shipping our fruit. And the business model still works out because the value is so good in the fresh fruit. Another key factor, I think at the time of the feasibility study, based on looking at the climate and conditions and so on and so forth, we realized that we were probably going to come in before Peru into the European market. The European market is dominated by Peru. As soon as the Peruvian harvest starts, prices plummet. So we wedge in very nicely before South Africa, before Peru, and again, we felt that that was commercially very persuasive. I'll come on later to talk a little bit more about this. We didn't realize how early we were going to come in. We originally thought probably early February with our Hass, but actually now we think more like Christmas time, which just gets better and better, really, from a commercial perspective. So for us, being an exporter, it's all about plugging into the international market at the wrong time, at the right time, avoiding the wrong time, avoiding Peru above all else. We're very fortunate that we're very well funded. The business model came up with a project cost of about $45 million. That excludes land cost. And as I say, it was a case of, well, if that's what we need to spend, don't give us a Rolls-Royce project, but do what you need to do. So that is now fully sanctioned, and By the end of this calendar year, we will be 50% through our development. After these, on the ground, how did we really go about approaching, analyzing how to set up an avocado project? Well, the first thing we did was a farm master plan. It took us 3 months to put that together. And Guy took charge of the avocado agronomy for us. We then did a farm layout to make sure that it was all, operational efficiencies were paramount. We then looked at the topography of the land to make sure that we weren't planting on land that was too flat, that we weren't planting on land that was too steep, that we weren't planting on rocky areas and so on. So we brought in a drone-based topo survey, and we did a detailed topographical survey. We then did a soil analysis. A South African company took soil samples for us on 1 hectare grid basis, again, just to give us an overview. That's not a detailed planting analysis, just to tell us where they felt the soil was most suitable for avocado. Also to tell us what additions we would have to make, particularly to get our nitrogen levels up to spec and to get our pH levels. Guy mentioned earlier about how there's you don't want to be too acidic, and you certainly don't want to be too alkali. So what ameliorants did we have to put in to get our pH right as well? The final thing, again, for our own benefit and also for the benefit of our potential European customers, we looked at the environmental aspects, which is becoming increasingly important. So we identified the water courses so that we could avoid those. We looked at biodiversity. We looked at the community impact. So they're all of the details that we went into on that layout. We then, this time last year, we did our first planting of 50 hectares. We actually ended up planting about 20,000 trees. We had a few extras in the nursery there. That wasn't a demo block or a trial block. That was really to get us our processes in place so that we knew that as we move forward, we knew the channels that we had to focus on. So it really wasn't a question of, well, we'll look and see how it goes. Everyone was fully committed at that point to proceed with it. We then set up a 1 hectare grow out nursery to carry 100,000 trees. And then the next thing we did, we added to our technical specialists an entomologist. We looked at a global gap for the accreditations which we need for export. And then we're just now moving into appointing a pack house consultant as well. So this is the kind of planning that we took to make sure that we weren't frittering away $45 million. Like Guy said, the key market is for dark skins, especially Hass. As he mentioned, it's got a high oil content compared to the local cultivars, ships well, peels easily, gets a premium fruit price because there's great consumer demand for dark skins. So our focus for us is definitely on dark skins. Global demand is definitely increasing, culinary and cosmetics both. There's a bit of a misnomer, I think. Often people talk about value addition on farm processing and so on. When you actually do the business model for fresh fruit versus oil, fresh fruit is by far and away more profitable than producing oil. So if there is any fresh fruit that can be sold fresh, you're better doing that. It's only really the rejects that we're proposing to make oil from. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Just doing an oil unit for everything would not have the same economic impact. I mentioned this before, global gap. I don't think you have local gap here, but not global gap, unless you're exporting. It's very, very onerous. We spend a lot of time on our global gap. India, and how it differs a little bit from what we do. As far as I can tell, India currently imports about 150 metric tons of fresh fruit a week, and that's increasing year on year, primarily dark skins. Most of that fruit is coming from Tanzania because Tanzania already have the phytosanitary protocols in place with the government of India, and also because it's a lesser developed country, that fruit comes in duty-free. So the majority of dark-skinned fruit that's imported into India currently is sourced from Tanzania. Indian consumers tend to prefer large fruit sizes. Guy mentioned earlier reed as a potential option because it gives big fruit. And I think that might be a very good one for India because of that. European consumers like middle-sized fruits. Indian consumers, probably because they're used to the much larger West Indian fruit, tend to prefer the larger international variety fruits as well. World Avocado Organization, they are specifically targeting India. They've done a program with Sanjeev Kapoor on Instagram about how avocado can be used. This is a key growth market for them. Logistics, compared to what we have to deal with in Zambia, I think you all have got it very, very easy. The market's right on your doorstep. And also, you're not stuck with Global Gap and the other SMETA and British Retail Consortium. All of those accreditations that we have to jump through hoops on, you're not going to have to do. But in order to build the integrity of the industry here, it might be sensible to look at local gap, which is much, much less onerous, but still very valuable potentially to build a good premium price for your product. Okay, this is our farm. We get quite high rainfall, 1,300 millimeters in a year, even this year during El Nino when a lot of Southern Africa is experiencing drought. Our rainy season runs November through April. We only get one rainy season. Our temperatures, summer goes up to 37, but very infrequently. Winter drops down to about 6. Remember, we're in the southern hemisphere, so our winter is July and August. We do have those weathered, low fertility soils that are well drained, but they are very homogeneous. The whole 2,000 hectares is very, very similar. Our soil is acidic. Soil profile, we have no organic matter in our soil virtually at all. The A horizon is very shallow. But then as we get to B and C, we start to get compaction. But B and C are quite deep. And I'll talk about how we deal with that compaction in a minute. We have so much water, it's not funny. We have 2 very large rivers, one to the west of the property and one to the east of the property. So we have plenty of water. And it's good quality water, neutral pH, and very low EC. The land slopes gently for drainage. There aren't any steep areas. There are some relatively flat areas which we tend to avoid for avocado. At the moment, it's forest. All the upper canopy has been cut because of the local population doing a slash and burn agriculture, a system that they call chitameni there. So we're having to remove all of that forest. We don't have any road access. We didn't have much road access at all, very poor, just mud tracks. We had no grid electricity. We're having to put all of that in ourselves. So again, you've got it relatively easy here. Okay, how did we prepare the land? Well, I told you we did a contour survey with drones. That image on the right-hand side is an overlay of both the contour survey on 2,000 hectares and a more detailed soil survey. So you can probably just about see the contours there. The little green dots show areas that are well suited to avocado, albeit some of them, based on the contours, are a little flat. The red dots, you can see one kind of 2/3 of the way down. That's actually a seasonal water body. It's a stream. It's not perennial, but that we needed to avoid as well because it wouldn't be suitable for us, and it would also have an adverse community impact because there's a small village around there as well. So we made that heat map like that. The soil survey looked at pH, mineral levels, and the rocky areas. Once we'd done that, we then had to do complete bush clearing and remove every single root that's there. There's the occasional tree within the field that has some botanical and biodiverse value, those we've left, but on the whole, we are removing everything. Then we use that implement behind the dozer, that picture at the bottom, to do a deep rip in an east-west direction at 600 millimeters depth. That's to break up that compacted soil lower down, to get the drainage that we need, and also to get rid of the major roots that are there, that rips that out of the soil. We're very careful not to do this in the rainy season, because when you remove those roots, you tend to bring out a lot of good quality soil as well, and that goes waste. We then do a shallower rip in a north-south direction at 450 millimeters. That's to loosen the soil further and also to get rid of even more roots. So the field, once all that is done, those roots are then burnt. That field is then very clean. We use GPS driven tractors. So we'll take that kind of heat map there, plug that into the computer in the tractor. It will have a smart ameliorant spreader behind it, and it will drop calcitic lime to raise our pH and also add MAP to raise our nitrogen levels based on the data in the soil survey. So it's very, very accurate. It means that we don't waste fertilizer, but also where there is a deficiency, we're not giving too little. So by the time we're done, our field, and each division size is 275 hectares. Each division the land is fully prepped before we start doing anything else. It is optimal conditions for avocado cultivation. Guy showed a picture earlier of a tractor with an offset harrow behind it. We then do the same thing. We pull an offset harrow behind a tractor to make a ridge. I heard the questions earlier about the size of the ridges and the mount. We go as big as we can. I mean, ours are, as long as there is topsoil from the roadway between the ridges, our ridges are gigantic. I mean, really, they're as big as we can make them. I think we do 12 tractor runs, 6 in each direction. We do them in a north-south direction. Again, that is all worked out with GPS. So the tractor driver can basically sit with his hand behind his head, have a cup of tea. The tractor just drives itself down the ridge and makes the ridge for us. It's absolutely bang on. When we send a drone up to have a look at it, they are absolutely pin sharp, absolutely true. We also put in cover crops because our organic matter is very, very low. So Guy mentioned pinto peanut. We're now looking a little bit at pigeon pea as well. That's your tur here. So that is something that we're going to start looking at as well this year, in addition to the soya and the pinto. Rootstocks. So Guy's gone into this in great technical detail. I'll now give you my layman's spin on all of this. We know that we have got some variance in soil types. We're pretty homogeneous, but there is some variance. We also know there is a little variance in land drainage as well. So we want a rootstock that's going to perform well in those conditions. We also know that there is Phytophthora in the area. We hope we don't have it on the farm yet, because we've taken great care on phytosanitary measures to avoid that, but we know it's in the area, it is there. And we also want uniformity so that we can do a one-shot harvest. We're just too big to be doing things incrementally. Clonal rootstocks. For us, they're readily available. We can get them off the shelf. There was quite a lot of discussion with the South African nurseries about how we get them on time and what the prices would be and so on. But they're all quite keen to work with us, so that was not too difficult. They do cost more, there's no question. You pay more for a clonal rootstock. We tend to ship microclonals, very small trees, by air, and then we grow them out for 7 to 9 months so that they're then ready for field planting. Seedlings, we would have concerns over Phytophthora and the uneven performance. We're looking mostly at 𝐸𝐸𝐻, that's our go-to rootstock. We're looking at about 95%. Bounty, 2.5%. 𝐂𝐸𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 Israeli rootstocks, Fairchild for us. Hard to give the jury's still out on that one. One thing is clear is the trees on the Israeli seedlings are going to be much bigger than on the clonals. They're going to be much more erect. I can't say too much on this apart from you can draw your own conclusions. We do not expect to plant any more Israeli seedlings because we don't think they're the right choice for us. We think clonals are much better. I know Guy showed some pictures of some of that block on regular random seedlings in South Africa. The Israelis might be slightly better than that. Are they appreciably different than that? We'll have to wait and see, but we're not proceeding with the Israeli rootstocks. We don't have alkaline soils. We don't have saline water. So the benefits that they may offer are not really relevant to us. We certainly would have worries over Phytophthora. Our temperatures aren't very high, so we are definitely going the clonal route. No debate about it, despite the cost savings you could make. Cultivars. So we're focused on dark skins. We're exporting into Europe. That's our target market. But on the other hand, another consideration for us, because we're so huge, we've got to extend our seasonality. We can't do 100% Hass. We could never cope. We have to spread it out. So Guy talked to you about the different A flowering, B flowering, and so on. I'm going to give you a slightly different spin on that, which is when do you harvest? So we've gone with Maluma, which is a proprietary variety from South Africa, as our early season dark skin. We've put in Pinkerton as our early season green skin, mid-season Hass, and the whole farm will be about 50% Hass by the time we're done. We may go slightly higher than 50%, but like 60, 70, 80%, not a chance, because we couldn't ever cope with so much fruit in such a small space of time. Late season, we're going lamb Hass and reed. And we're sticking to those five cultivars, primarily on Dusa, as I said earlier. We are putting in 5% pollinators, Baconet and Zutano. I think there's a lot of academic debate on whether pollinators are required or not. We are putting in 5% purely as a risk mitigation strategy. If we don't need them, okay. If we did need them and we end up with very low yields, then my neck would be on the block, basically. So risk mitigation is 5% pollinators for us. I think something that I've noticed previously when I was here doing the citrus nursery and everything, some growers, present company accepted, is it's easy to get obsessed with all the varieties and look at Google Madam and see, oh, this, that. That's part of the story. It's a sexy part of the story. It's great to sit and figure out what are the cultivars and what do they all do and stuff like that. But I think we can get a bit obsessed with it and then lose the focus that we're then underplaying the value of land preparation, irrigation, nutrition, crop protection, because if you want a successful project, they're all equally important at the end of the day. So you can't just say, yeah, but I planted house on Dusa, why am I not getting the returns? Well, if you miss one of those things, then you are going to get compromised. So they're all equally important. Here's some lessons learned, some of the mistakes we made, some of the things we got right. When we first started our 50 hectares, there were no finished trees available in the market. There was a massive demand and very little supply. So we ended up buying clonal rootstocks, and then we did our own grafting. It took time, it was expensive. Bottom line, it was a distraction. That's not our core activity. We are not a nursery, we're an avocado farm. We had no choice at the time, but definitely buy ready grafted trees. Your life is so much easier unless you're planning to be a nursery. It's so much easier to do it that way. Grafting is just a pain in the neck, trust me. Guy touched on it earlier. We had an off-site nursery to begin with that we leased. We took the water, the irrigation water from boreholes. The owner of the property seemed to change the boreholes one fine day, and we ended up with very high EC, very high pH water levels, and we nearly killed 20,000 trees. It's $250,000 of trees. That's 2.5 crores of trees. We nearly killed them. Guys talk to you about the technical side of it. I can tell you from practical experience, those trees are very, very sensitive to high pH and high EC water, and they go off color very, very quickly. We were very fortunate that we managed to pull the vast majority of them back, but had we not been on our game, we could have killed 20,000, 25,000 trees quite comfortably. Bizarrely, the Israeli trials, we had 5,000 Israeli rootstocks there, they were all flourishing. They looked absolutely pristine, perfect. So I think there is some evidence there that you can say, yes, Israeli rootstocks do work very well in high salinity, high alkaline soils. Dusa and the rest, forget it. It just does not work. So be really, really careful with your water quality. We also use cocoa peat, Indian cocoa peat. We send cocoa peat all the way from Salem to southern Africa, several container loads a year. It makes a huge difference because, as I said earlier, we import microclonals, which are probably only kind of that big from top to bottom, even that. We then grow them out for 7 to 9 months in our own grow-out nursery, and we put them in cocoa peat. And compared to the kind of in coffee plantations, I know you often use the jungle soil, cattle manure, sand mix. When you see a root system develop in cocoa peat, it's amazing. I mean, it really works extremely well. Again, a word of caution, you have to be really careful that you're not getting high EC cocoa peat, because otherwise you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. It's all very, you have to take great care over that. The thing about cocoa peat is it has no inherent nutrition, so you have to manage your nutrition very, very carefully to make sure you're getting the optimum growth from your trees. But it's worth it, really, really worth it. It also desiccates very quickly, so you have to be really on the ball with making sure the watering is up to par. In the field, planting depth and pit dimensions, I don't think Guy touched on this, but the correct level of planting for avocado, there is no room for error. It has to go in at absolutely the right level, otherwise you will have problems. So be very careful with your planting depth. We don't have the high winds that they have down in the Cape, so we don't need the full-blown kind of wind protection. But we do put a stake in the field. And you really have to stake your trees pretty much the day after you've planted them, because you can bet your life, if you haven't that night, you'll have a gust of wind come in, and a significant proportion of trees will have fallen over, and you then have to go back and reset them. So staking is important. The next point's a really good one. This SAGA, the South African Avocado Growers Association, they have a formula for their fertilizer, and it's a granular fertilizer that you can blend yourself. You put Saga mix to your avocado trees, it's specially developed by them for avocado. The response of that tree is just astonishing. It's like Usain Bolt on steroids. It's incredible how much flush it will produce. It's unbelievable. So for your nutrition, definitely go with Saga Mix. It's very important. Coming from like a coffee background, having seen coffee seedlings, you know, develop in the field, it's pretty slow. You put an avocado tree in the field and you water it, and it's given the proper nutrition, the proper environment, and it's a good quality tree. My goodness, the speed at which it grows is unbelievable. Week by week you can see it. It's really very impressive. So you start out by planting a very small tree. Within 6 months you've got a thing that looks like a small tree. It's with a proper canopy. It's amazing, really. Okay, this is building on some of the things that Guy said. Don't skimp on land preparation. Put time, money, and effort into it. It's the foundation of everything. Look at, like we've done, look at your land topography. Do your soil analysis, because you can't do it afterwards. You get one chance to get this right. If you screw it up, you can't remove the trees and start all over again. It's really worth the effort. Do your water analysis. It's got to be right. And then wherever you've got compacted soil, make sure you loosen it. It will pay you dividends in the future. Land prep is costly but necessary. Like I said earlier, spreadsheet farming is easy. I can have our finance department saying, why do you want to spend $1,000 on ripping? And we have a discussion about it. Then we decide we are going to do it. And then at the end of the day, you just see the growth of the trees and you realize it's incremental, but it's a composite of everything. It's worth spending the money, seriously. Ridges, yeah, absolutely, no question about it. One thing that you might want to ask Guy about. In South Africa, one of the large plantation companies, ZZ2, I heard, make their ridges extremely high so that they can get more sunlight onto the ridge to make the soil warmer and therefore accelerate both tree growth and also make the harvest early. I don't have the technical competence to answer that question. I don't know if any research has been done, but somebody told me that's what they do for those purposes, which is something that I wasn't personally aware of. You might want to ask him whether there is any research into that or not. But certainly, we do not skimp on ridges. We make them as big as we humanly can. Between the rows, we virtually go down to the hard pan layer so that virtually every good bit of topsoil is put onto the ridge. So our ridges are pretty much, between waist and chest height. I mean, they're really very big indeed. And when we have a rainstorm, you can see the water will puddle between the ridges, but the ridges will still have an absolutely beautiful level of soil moisture. And like we were discussing earlier, those ridges will dry out very quickly. You will find that it's quite volatile between being quite wet to quite dry. So when we have a break in our rainy season, we can go probably 3 days and then we have to irrigate because the ridge will have completely dried out. So just looking at it visually from practical experience, you can see it's not just a research topic. It makes a huge difference in terms of getting that water away from the root zone. Okay, so Guy said, root asphyxiation Phytophthora, ridges for us, absolutely non-negotiable, expensive, but we do them as big as we possibly can. Okay, another one, irrigation. We end up with a 6-month rainy season, 6 months dry season. Again, risk mitigation, maximize profit, absolutely no question. We've gone with Netafim, which is not just a dumb irrigation system, we have the fertigation system. Never in doubt, non-negotiable. The only thing that we considered was, do we go with Netafim or do we go with another cheaper manufacturer? We have issues, we're in a remote part of southern Africa. servicing is problematic, so we have to have that service backup. So Netafim are the ones that can provide that to us, so we just bit the bullet and spent the money on Netafim. There may be other options out there, I just don't know, but I think, again, it's non-negotiable for us. It was never in doubt, it was just a question of cost. Again, monocrop versus intercrop, I think there are very different parameters, very different conditions that you all are facing here. For us, it was a no-brainer. It's a monocrop. There is no question of intercropping it with anything other than a cover crop. No shade other than those odd trees that we leave for biodiversity and so on. So we are completely shade-free, totally non-negotiable for us. Okay. This was covered at length earlier. That's our grow out nursery there, 100,000 trees. We take a great deal of care with our phytosanitary measures, where we source our trees from, and we really haven't had any problems other than that issue that I told you earlier where there was a concern over the changing of the borehole water, which was catastrophic. But now we've moved to our own captive nursery on our own farm. We haven't had any issues at all. I mean, touch wood. But we do put a great deal of effort into that. Last one. This is a good one. You saw the kind of length, the depth that we went to understand avocado growing and how we wanted to develop a project. We buy our technical expertise from South Africa. We have Guy that is a full-time consultant for us. We have an entomologist. We have a global gap consultant. We have a pack house consultant. You cannot get enough technical expertise unless you have it in-house. We do not have it in-house. We've hired the people that we need to run it on an operating basis who have avocado experience. But we still can't do without the people that are specialists in their field. As I said, Guy is one of them. I spent a very unusual week about a month ago touring around northern Zambia with an entomologist looking for pests. I spent better weeks in my life, but anyway, you know, it just has to be done. You've got to go to that level of detail. Specialist advice that can be relied on rarely comes free. Absolutely. We spend a fortune on consultants. Sorry, Guy, we do. We don't want free advice because we know they've got an agenda. It's either a fertilizer company trying to sell us something, a nursery trying to sell us trees that we don't want. There's always a catch. There's always a catch. Buy the best advice you can that is impartial. If you're paying them and you know they are objective rather than with their own hidden agenda, it's absolutely worth it. I mean, I'd give our project so far, after 2 years, I'd give us about a B+. We've made some mistakes, but we're really not bad. Without those kind of technical consultants, we'd be at a C level and we'd be saying, you know what, avocado probably doesn't work in northern Zambia. When you get the technical experts coming in who make you follow the SOPs, it works. It really, really works. It's money, but hey, what choice do you have? Avocado is a fickle mistress. There are multiple causes for non-performance. You need an expert to tell you why it's not performing. There's a personal example. In southern Zambia, right by Victoria Falls, there are a group of avocado growers doing it on a much smaller scale than us. And they came to us and said, one guy said, Ken, I hope you're not planting maluma. I said, why? He said, no, it doesn't work in Zambia. I thought, okay. Everything else was doing fine, but maluma, don't plant maluma. So we had a chat with Guy and as a team, we spoke about it. They hadn't debudded maluma in the first year. They didn't really know what they were doing. They then reached the erroneous conclusion that maluma did not work in Zambia. In our farm, maluma is one of the best performers because we're doing it properly. You know, be really careful. You can make mistakes very, very easily. You need these guys to keep you on the straight and narrow. Yeah. Last one. I spent 2.5 years developing this project. Avocado cultivation is achievable in new areas. We're doing it. There's no magic to that. The market fundamentals are very favorable. When we were doing our feasibility study, we looked at macadamia as an aside, we looked at coffee, we looked at tea, and we looked at blueberries. By far and away the most profitable was avocado, by a country mile. None of the others came even close. So within 2 weeks of presenting the business model, we got board approval to proceed with it, because avocado just is head and shoulders above the rest in terms of how much profit you can make. You've got to do it properly. You're either in or you're out. There's no halfway. I mean, you know, you're all in or you're all out. You've got to look at every detail, because the one detail you don't look at, you'll trip up on. Everything is important. Like I said earlier, rootstock cultivars, oh, it's all very exciting. But if you don't get your drainage right, it doesn't matter what you've planted, you're going to get compromised. And reliable technical expertise. They're the things I've learned. And I think you've just got to be fully committed, because if you're not, you've got to do that so that your probability of success outweighs the risks of failure. It can work, but you just got to do it properly. I think that's all I've got for you. So thank you very much for your time.
Shall we take the questions in the end?
Absolutely. Do it as part of the group.
Thank you, Ken, for your excellent presentation. Very insightful, sharing your experiences with us. Our next... my glasses. We also have with us Dr. G. Karunakaran. He is the principal scientist of the Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, Irrigation. He has more than 20 years of experience in horticulture research and has extensively worked on fruit crops such as dragon fruit, lychee, banana, papaya, 𝐂𝐿 mandarin, and many more. Dr. Karunakaran was instrumental in formulating the country report on promotion of dragon fruit in India and has developed training models for dragon fruit cultivation in different agroclimatic zones in India. He popularized the off-season cultivation of lychee in the 𝐂𝐿 regions of Karnataka and parts of Kerala. He developed 8 high-yielding banana hybrids resistant to nematodes and standardized shoot-tip grafting protocol to produce virus-free 𝐂𝐿 mandarin grafts and has supplied them to growers through ICAR. He has also released a few varieties. Rambutan, it's 𝐿𝐴𝐿 Arun and 𝐿𝐴𝐿 Patib, avocados, 𝐿𝐴𝐿 Supreme, and pepper, 𝐿𝐴𝐿 Excel. I welcome Dr. G. Karunakaran to join the panel. Guy, can we have you and Ken here up here as well? I now request Dr. Guy to start the panel discussion.
Is this on? Yeah.
I think by way of introduction, I think if we could let the doctor just start to give us a bit of a
very interested to see your.
No, I have not brought, I have made presentation, but only today, only panel discussion was the planned for me.
That's fine, but I thought maybe.
But myself, some of the questions I want to ask the expertise from other countries. What is the challenging issue? Because, for example, if we take it, pomegranate, we are facing bacterial wilt is one of the major challenges. So in case tea also, they are facing tea mosquito bug problem. What would be the challenging issues? So many things we can manage, suppose planting, raised bed system, everything we can manage. Some other issues, I faced that fruit drop and flower drop is the major issue. The second most thing is short hole borer by EOLS, it is one of the major issue, and a sudden death of trees we are facing. Second thing, as both the presentation we pointed out, we never had a experience on different rootstocks and cultivation performance assessment with the different localities. We are not having such a data with us. And moreover, tea gardens, whatever we suggested, it is not possible to practice for them. For the main thing is soil pH. They will face a major issue because, and 20 years back, I visited Rosenmalai estate. They have started cork mountain cultivation, removing off and two tractor load of soil and refilling the soil. They started cultivating and they failed after 8 to 10 years after in tea gardens only. We don't know whether we'll succeed or because their topography is entirely different from the other regions, particularly whatever is another point we have not discussed. What is the slope percentage is required for to cultivate avocado? Because most of tea gardens 50-60% slopes are there. So very difficult to management practices is very, very difficult. How we are going to manage canopy management with the tea gardens? Because as you said, we are going for this raised bed system, where canopy will be around 5 to 8 feet height. So it will give a lot of shade to existing system of tea gardens or coffee, it will be there. Because whatever the existing cultivation is a seedling origin, it is grown very tall. It never affected the cultivation of the coffee or any other intercropping system. But these are the things, because we are almost 2 years, because these questions raised by all our planters only several times to me. This also, still we are not having answer for such a questions actually.
You covered a lot. You covered a lot of area there, a lot of different things. I'll start, excuse me, on the short hole borer. So we have the same short hole borers in South Africa. And we are seeing in the backyard West Indian trees severe infestations on the trunks and the small branches all the way up to the twigs. In some cases, collapse of those trees, in many cases where they're just struggling. We are seeing the short hole borers attempting to infest the Guatemalan Mexican hybrids, but with much less success. And I can honestly say now that although we have found short hole borer in commercially propagated Hass, Maluma and Gem and Lamb Hass, it's not at a level that is of commercial concern. The trees aren't collapsing. It doesn't appear that we're not seeing an increase in the infestation. It's rather maybe one single borer attack on every 10th tree. And initially the Department of Agriculture quarantined those particular orchards, and now they've lifted the quarantine because it doesn't seem to be spreading or of economic concern. On this issue of what we, the challenges of tea, I can say this: wherever tea is grown, avocados will grow. Where tea was grown in South Africa, because South Africa had a significant tea industry in the 70s, started in the 50s and then went through, it was finally abandoned in the 80s. That now, it was steep, that now is all planted in with avocado. And it was pulled out simply because of the economics. There was no support, no government support for the industry. They were standalone companies, so they had no other revenue stream.
and they simply went under. Look, I know there's big challenges. The level of expertise in this country in tea and coffee and rubber and other plantation crops is extremely high. You guys have grown up with it, you specialized in it, and it's a very difficult thing to let go of. It's very difficult to change, and I understand that. I think in that respect, what we need to do, in my opinion, and I've talked about this with Ken and others, is I think we need to look for cooperators to do some well-monitored trials for Ipasi to monitor, where we've got some, it can be small, even a quarter or half an acre of trees planted using the state-of-the-art method, and maybe do some interplanting with tea with the same genetic material, with the best genetic material. Some interplanting with tea without, simply with augered holes, and see how that does. Some interplanting with a ridge built between, in the area where we removed the row of tea, so that we can, one of the things I suspect, and I saw one of the growers showed me a beautiful picture of how they put a contour ridge into the tea, where they've literally built the ridge on the contour where they've removed the row of tea, and they've cut down into the side of the ridges, so they're actually cutting off the tea roots, which is an excellent idea. That will drain off the water during the monsoon, because the contour, obviously he said it's more than a 1 in 50 drop, so it's quite a significant drop on that contour. And it raises the tree up, so it achieves two things. But until we try all of these things and measure the results and run the economics of these different systems and find out which is the most profitable and what's sustainable and what works for each individual plantation type, until we've answered these questions, it's very difficult to say, in my opinion, of what's going to be the best. You've got a lot, in terms of barriers, I think the biggest barrier you have right now is the permission to do what you would like to do on your own properties. It seems to me that in some of the states you cannot even remove the grevillea. It's against the law to cut down the grevillea. So now you've got an aggressive Australian tree in the middle of the lands that was used for good purpose for the tea and for the pepper, obviously, but now will be a hindrance to avocado production. It doesn't really make sense. So there's, this not having the ability to do what you need to do on your own property is a huge barrier, and I think that needs to be, those regulations need to be approached by the organization methodically, aggressively, in terms of presenting good, strong data and information, so that the people who are making the decisions in the bureaucracy can make the decision easily and can justify the decision.
Anyone else want to comment on that? Yeah, I'll comment. Can I just answer about the challenges? Can I just answer on the challenges? So on the challenges, I think all that's true. I mean, for us, by far and away, the biggest challenge for me is logistics, which you don't have. Nothing else gives me sleepless nights. It's just logistics, getting the fruit out, because most of the other issues can be addressed by the right technical specialist. I spend more time worrying about who has the capability to answer this question, who has the capability to address this. We spent 2 months looking for an entomologist who understood pests in avocado. We then ended up finding a great person. I think partially due to geographical proximity and similar conditions, we typically look to South Africa. And because they have an established, relatively high-tech avocado industry, so the expertise is there. We have kind of dabbled a little bit looking at Israel, but No, I don't think so. We revert invariably to South Africa. I think for you all as well, if you're looking for that technical expertise, from my personal view, I think you will find it far more enlightening to look to South Africa as your role model rather than Israel. I think the conditions are more comparable. I think the nature of the expertise that's available is frankly just better in South Africa. So that's the other challenge for me is identifying the right technical specialist, because I can sleep easy. If I know I've got the right team on board, I can sleep easy. It's all about people that you know you can trust telling you how to do it. You can't work it out. It's impossible. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. The answer's already there. It's just finding the right people that can tell you what the answers are. And I think the final thing is, and Guy and Sanjay and I have spoken about this a little bit, is availability of plant material. We just don't have it in India. I imported bud sticks from the University of California. I brought it from Alasbesta. I know it's all viroid-free and so on. I think we've got to find a way to do clonal propagation of trees. I'm not convinced that the Israeli rootstocks are appreciably better than the local rootstocks because our conditions are very different. We've just got to move to clonal, because importing them is just going to be too expensive. You're going to really spend a lot of money, especially with 12 months post-entry quarantine and so on. So Guy and I, as a separate dynamic to all of this, we'd already talked previously about setting up a clonal unit here in India at some indeterminate point in the future. If the demand for clonal trees is there, I'm in, and I think Guy would be in as well. If that helps, if there's the demand, we'll do it, because it makes a massive difference, really. The plant material makes a massive, and trying to do it on your own, importing your own trees, it's hard, because we inspect our trees before we take them from the nursery. You're going to inspect them this time, you're going to inspect them 3 times before they ship to us. How can you send one of your staff to Mexico or to California or to Spain or to Israel 3 times to look at your trees to make sure that you're getting what you paid for? It's not feasible. It has to be done in country, but it only works in country if the demand is there for people. So I think we need to get good quality plant material. That's a challenge.
I have a question for Guy from Rajesh Thomas of Parkside Estate. This is what Dr. Karunakaran also touched upon. What will be the ideal slope gradient for avocados?
That's a great question. So avocados are grown all the way from 60% to down to almost flat ground. So there are areas in the, if you like, the cradle of the first commercial orchards, which were in Los Angeles and San Diego County, where the slope is frequently at 50%. Most of it's at around 30%. A bit of it's at 20%. What happened is citrus was planted in all the valleys, the cold valleys for color, and avocados were planted on the hillsides, and it's mountainous hillsides. Now if you go to, not to Peru, but to Chile, Chile has also done the same thing. They've planted on steep hillsides, away from, all of the valleys are occupied by apples, pears, citrus, and other crops, wine grapes, and all the avocados are on steep hillsides. So hillsides are not an issue for planting avocados at all. It's all hand harvested, there's no mechanical harvesting. And because pests on avocados are relatively light, although we're seeing a sort of emergence of a sucking bug complex, which is giving us some difficulty, I think with drone technologies and other technologies to control pests, putting out beneficials, the rest of it, we can avoid spraying trees from the ground. So again, the topography doesn't matter when planting avocados. And I don't know how strict regulations are in India with regard to worker safety. Very, very strict in California. But even on those slopes, they've overcome that with strict regulation of what's allowed, what the laborers have to be wearing, making sure they're in shoes that grip on the hillsides, making sure that they don't climb trees and fall out of trees, that they do everything from the ground with poles. This can all be overcome. So the tree does well on slopes. It's most of the industries, including South Africa, Ken will attest to this, has some very steep orchards. I mean, coming down the pass from 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐿, if you see ZZ2 has planted on at least 50% slope, they might be even steeper than that. That answer?
Thank you, Guy. There's a question for Ken from Mr. J.K. Thomas. What was the issue that caused the failure of the Maluma variety in Zambia, experienced by another planter while yours succeeded?
It didn't fail as such. It's still there, but it's not preferred, and we were just recommended to avoid it because the new trees they allowed to flower per its natural cycle, they didn't debud it. And now with Haas and so on, Guy, you can allow it to flower. But Maluma is so vigorous that it takes so much of its energy in that flowering that it virtually killed itself. So that was the problem. So as soon as we had an internal discussion with Guy about Maluma, because we went quite heavy on Maluma because we wanted it to be early, right? We remember, as I said earlier, we thought that our Haas would come in around Jan end February time. So we wanted something that came in earlier, December end January. So we went quite heavy on Maluma, and so this was quite a shock when you hear from somebody, hey, this is a failure. It's not going to work in Zambia, the conditions aren't right. You kind of think, well, hang on, there's something this doesn't stack up. So then we had a discussion. The guy said, look, just debud it for the first year. That's what everybody does. But they weren't getting the right technical advice. So they were just trying to wing it on their own, reinvent the wheel, do it themselves. So, you know, that was the conclusion they drew, that it just doesn't work. Whereas Haas did work because it can tolerate that flowering. Go on.
So, yeah, I can add a little bit to that. Maluma is a very precocious variety. It's one of the most precocious varieties, meaning it wants to produce fruit from the minute you put it in the ground. So the planting stress, the stress of actually putting it in the ground, induces flowering in Maluma. So 3 or 4 months after you've planted the tree, they start flowering profusely. Dropping their leaves, they're flowering so much. So it's essential with that variety to go in there and pinch out those flowers as they start coming for at least the first year. I mean, we're going to let the Maluma produce some fruit in the second year, but the trees, because we pinched out those flowers and we didn't let the tree waste a tremendous amount of energy on producing flowers and setting fruit, and in fact, at the expense of leaves, we grew a tree for the first year, and now we have quite substantial, in fact, they are amongst the most substantial trees in the Zambian planting. So it was simply a matter of managing the tree in the first 9 months that it was in the ground that the other guys didn't catch. And so it just didn't work. And so they had spread this misinformation around that Maluma wouldn't work in Zambia.
In raising the nursery? Number 2, what are the precautions you took in the field in order to protect from Phytophthora or other to keep it away? And third, what is your preference? What's your advantage you see in avocado compared to citrus, you being a promoter for both? So how do you see that the advantages of avocado over the citrus, what you have been propagating? Thank you.
Karen, let me do the first 2, and then you can have to remind me of the third one. I'm getting old, so my memory's not what it was. In the nursery, I'll be honest, when you see, it's just a shade net nursery. That's all it is. It's a shade net nursery, and it's a grow-out nursery. We do not do our own propagation there. I said
earlier, when we first took our first 25,000 trees, that was 20,000 Dusa rootstocks, and it was 5,000 Fairchild Israeli seedlings. And then we grafted onto those. I think we didn't have any choice at the time, but that was a challenge because it's not our core business. We're not a nursery. We just grow the trees out. So the trees come to us, as I said, about this big, and our job is just to grow them out. I think the main challenge was that water, the EC and the pH issues. Even in the nursery, we keep it very clean. It's all grown out in cocoa peat in a 7-liter bag. I don't think there are any major, in the nursery I can't think of anything really that springs to mind. We don't have a major pest problem in the nursery. We don't have a disease problem. We have a copper sulfate dry powder bath for people that have to walk in through that. The plants are raised on a small plinth so that they don't touch the ground for Phytophthora. But other than that, I can't think of a major challenge we've had, Guy. Can you? There's nothing. That water EC was the big issue we had when they swapped boreholes on us. I mean, that was catastrophic.
I can add, I mean, I think Ken's, I like that Ken feels that we've had no problems, but I think it's because we've done everything right. We've got the right cocoa beet that Ken imported from India, which is 70% 𝐂𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 way around. Pith, it's 70% pith, 30% coir fiber, but it's milled fiber. And it's very low EC cocoa peat, and we pack it very, very tightly into the bags. So we reconstitute the dried blocks and then pack it tightly into the bags, which results in a very good root system. So we've got a very strict SOP in the nursery about how every single tree gets handled, with the fertilizer, the irrigation, the pest control if they do find a pest. Ken runs a very tight ship, and everything is done on SOPs.
Yeah, and just to go back on the nursery, every week we continuously monitor the irrigation water output from the poly bag to check that for EC and pH. So it's all SOP based, and as long as you follow the SOPs, there haven't been any nasty surprises that have bitten us. Really, but it is a grow-out nursery, but our trees grow very, very fast and so on. So, yeah, it's worked very well, and we produce some very healthy trees, really. Guy has much more experience on this, but in terms of what we see in Zambia, we were originally planning about 10 months. From the tree arriving from the South African nursery as a microclone, right? Then we thought it was going to take 10 months for it to be ready for field planting. Our conditions are very forcing. We get trees ready for planting in minimum 6, probably 7 months, then they're ready to go to the field. If we leave it in our nursery for 10 months, they are almost unmanageable. They are so big. So I think for us 7 months, but that's because we've got a very forcing climate, and we were planning 10 months, but we found it's just too long.
Yeah, so the actual microclonal tree takes about 10 months itself to produce before it gets shipped to Zambia. So the process of producing that, first of all, the clonal rootstock, and then grafting that with a clonal variety is about a 10-month process to produce that microclone. Then that goes to grow out, no matter whether the nursery made the microclone themselves or not. That grow out depends on the outside temperatures, because the microclone is produced in a greenhouse, and the standard time is 10 months. So what Ken's saying, it's taking as little as 7 months or 6 months, in fact, to grow out these microclones. In South Africa, it's taking me about 10 months. So it was new information. It was stuff we discovered.
It was frightening information, because we suddenly had huge trees and our land prep wasn't done, because everything was very carefully scheduled, because we get that 6-month dry period. Everything that we do has to be done within 6 months. All our planning and ordering of trees and so on takes place in the rainy season when we have not, we just twiddle our thumbs basically and get ready for the planting. In the future, our harvest is going to be in the rainy season. Maybe we can touch on that, harvesting avocados in the rain. It's a totally different topic. But yeah, it's frightening because our land wasn't ready and our trees were ready. But there are worse problems.
Very good question. I'll start with the flowering first. So we generally allow the most of the non-precocious varieties, as particularly, we allow it to flower and we leave it alone. On the Maluma, the Lamhas, and Gem, we will pinch out the flowers in the first flowering after planting. Then after that, we don't. It's too labor intensive, and the trees are growing very quickly, so we don't need to. They can support a small crop from the second flowering. We expect about a 20-ton crop off of the first 50 hectares from the second flowering after planting. On the pruning question, well, let me just one added thing. We don't regulate the crop on avocados manually or chemically. Generally, we're getting to the stage of sophistication in some industries where they are looking at hand thinning out the crop to improve size or even out production. In other words, stop the alternation between big crop, small crop, big crop, small crop from year to year. But that's research work that's being done more than commercial application. On the pruning, I don't recommend pruning in the first 3 years from planting. When the trees are probably about a meter apart from actually touching in the row is when you start considering how you want to prune and what the pruning strategy is going to be. I can tell you this, if you ask anybody internationally of their recommendations on pruning an avocado, you would get a different answer from each person. So the standard that is being done by the biggest avocado producer in South Africa is mechanical pruning using those big citrus saws that but obviously that's got to be avocados on fairly flat ground. The most common method is to remove one major limb each year from within the crown of the tree to let more light in, to make sure that there's all of the exterior buds here, almost like an open vase, and also to keep the height down. So if you remove one major limb each year, you're pulling the height down effectively. The main thing is to make sure that it's much of as many growing tips as possible in the late growing season are in full sunlight so that you get flower initiation and then you get a good crop. If you allow the trees to grow into each other, both in the row and from row to row, you start shading out the sides of the trees and you end up with only a crop on the top of the trees and your yield plummets. And that's one of the things that I believe is happening right now in Peru. They've got tremendous hectares that have grown very, very fast. And now the inter-tree competition is starting to affect their overall production, because we've seen 2 steady drops in Peruvian output quite significantly the last 2 years.
Doctor, one question.
I didn't get that, sorry.
Is there a correlation between the pH of the soil with the phytophthora?
That's a very good question. The correlation is between root stress and phytophthora. So I'll put it this way. If you have a non-salt tolerant rootstock and you apply salty water, you will get phytophthora. So the Israeli rootstocks are salt tolerant, and in their conditions do have some phytophthora tolerance. So it's more of a, it's not a pH issue. We don't see in avocado, if you've got a rootstock that tolerates low pH like Dusa, or likes low pH like Dusa, it is actually very root rot resistant. So increasing the pH above 6.5 will do more damage to the tree and stress out the tree, and then you will end up with Phytophthora. On the Israeli rootstocks, at high pH, they are very salt tolerant and have some root rot resistance. So the correlations are very, very difficult to put your finger on. Most of the resistance is genetic, not based on the soil pH. I'm not sure what the situation is with the other crops you guys are farming, but if pH is causing stress on the plant, you're likely to get Phytophthora. Phytophthora is the research that's been done by chemists show that root stress releases compounds into the soil water that the zoospores can sense and swim towards, and they will swim 10 to 1 towards a stressed root than a healthy root.
Doctor, one question. How bad is the tea mosquito problem in avocado? Tea mosquito. Yes. Hello, Peltis. How seriously can it affect the avocado crop?
So the tea mosquito is probably one of the most concerning pests that we have in Zambia. It's moving south, so all kinds of alarm bells are going off in South Africa about the pest. There's a whole team of entomologists that are now looking at it. It is damaging on avocado because it will feed on the very small fruit when they're about the size of a green pea, and they will cause deformities, hard nodules inside, and sometimes if the damage is serious, the fruit will abscise and drop. So you'll reduce cropping. Look, tea mosquito is one of the, to me, one of the scariest things for avocado, and we know that you have it. But on the flip side of that, it's a very, very important commercial pest. So there are dozens now of entomologists working on tea mosquito worldwide on different crops. So I'm highly confident. I've seen this happen before on other pests, where the sky was falling and suddenly, either they find a beneficial or a strategy, an IPM strategy that works to control the thing. It's no longer an issue. In Zambia, for example, we do scouting. Maybe you want to talk, can you talk a bit about scouting?
Yeah, we always revert to SOPs that have been devised by our entomologist and Guy and our farm practitioners. So we have a team that go around scouting weekly. That's their job. I'm sure you do it in tea as well. They do randomized, and then we figure out, once a certain threshold has been reached, what the appropriate measure is to deal with it. So we scout not just for the mosquito bug, but for thrips and coconut bug and avocado bug, everything. We scout for everything. One thing that I've noticed, I'm just back from Tanzania, and what's very interesting is 𝐂𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 I'm going to see them on Tuesday when I head back to Africa. We know for a fact that 𝐂𝐲𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 have mosquito bug. We know that northern Tanzania, around Kilimanjaro, have mosquito bug. You go further south to the southern highlands of Tanzania, which are probably about 500 meters higher than them and higher than us. They do not have it. It's obviously very specific to elevation. I don't know how it is in tea, but definitely, because I couldn't figure it out. If you've got it to the north of you and to the south of you, why don't you have it? And they don't have it at all in the southern highlands of Tanzania. And it must be because it's a lot colder. They're about 600 meters higher than we are, higher than Avocado is in Kilimanjaro, and higher than 𝐂𝐲𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 is. The rest of us all have it. They have it down in 𝐶homa, but they don't have it there. So it's obviously something to do with temperatures at higher elevations.
So we generally train the trees down to keep below 4 meters.
Hi, Doctor, I have two questions. First, you said foliar spray is not recommended for avocados. So if we are using antifungals or micronutrients, what is the way we should give it to the plant? The second question is, can you suggest a commercial variety of avocado for tropical weather, for an elevation of 50 meters, the annual rainfall of about 3,000?
Okay, so, to start with the first one. Okay, maybe I said that a little bit too strongly. So foliar sprays work during flowering of avocado. So if you spray boron and zinc at what they call the cauliflower stage, you know, when the flower is pushing out and it looks like a small cauliflower, there's a lot of micronutrient absorption in that inflorescence and in that bud that's coming up between the indeterminate bud, if you have that kind of growth on your avocados. Once the leaves become dark green and have fully matured, they become impervious. So you can spray onto developing leaves and they will take up micronutrients, the young leaves, the tender leaves. But what I've seen so far in India is because we're not using uniform clonal rootstocks, is every tree's in a different stage of phenology. You've got some that are pushing a new growth. You've got some that have only hardened off growth. You have some that are in between. And so the approach for applying micronutrients then becomes very difficult because one tree is going to be able to absorb a different amount of micronutrients. So the main micronutrients you battle with are zinc, boron, and manganese, generally speaking, worldwide. Seem to be the micronutrients that the trees struggle to take up. Sometimes a bit of copper is low. Iron generally isn't a problem unless you've got a root problem. And in that case, but iron is quite easy to take care of. But I always suggest putting a zinc sulfate that can either be put in very small piles under the tree. The tree only needs a very small amount of zinc, so I'm talking, you know, less than 20 grams zinc sulfate, but not broadcast under the tree. Put in an actual, I know this sounds counterintuitive, a little pile under the tree. That's what most growers are doing now in South Africa. It gets taken up by the feeder roots right near the surface and distributed to the rest of the tree in as much as the tree needs. Avocado roots are tremendous scavengers, much better than the leaves at uptaking nutrients. For boron, you can use straight borate, very, very cheap material, boric acid. Again, we do 4 little piles of borate under the tree, just say 10 grams in each pile, very small amount. There are some products now which we call granulated boron, which is, there's been a calcium product or another thing added as a sticker. So it's a granule that you can spread under the tree. Boron, it doesn't matter if you broadcast it. It's just easier for me to explain to the laborers how just to put it in little piles under the tree. The reason with the boron is it doesn't get tied up in the soil. It doesn't form a precipitate, whereas the zinc does. Depending on what other micronutrients you need to put on, most of them can be put on through the irrigation or simply as a granular micronutrient application under the tree. It's more cost effective, and in the long term, it gets taken up by the tree faster than a foliar. I tell you what happens with foliar and why they work. And they work because, I know they work because industries all over the world are still spraying foliar zinc and spending a lot of money and diesel doing it. It sticks to the leaf very well. Goes into the cell walls very well. The double charge on a zinc ion it's Zn2+. Sticks to the carboxyl groups that are in the cell walls. It never gets into a living cell in the leaf. The leaf has to abscise, rot, and then the tree gets zinc. So yes, it works, but you've taken the worst route to get that zinc into the root and into the plant. You've taken a very circuitous route. And it's been shown extremely clearly by the soil scientists in California who used radio-labeled zinc, copper, boron, manganese, all of the micros, that if you spray radio-labeled micronutrients on an avocado leaf where there's no young growth on it, it sticks onto the leaf, but when they look through, they use photographic plates to look through the microscope, and they see that it never moves beyond the cell walls. It never moves into the living part of the leaves. So it's never translocated to the rest of the trees. It's stuck in the non-living part of the leaf. So look, I know that the salesmen who sell these micronutrient products are under tremendous pressure to make money for their company. And that's what drives this. They say, no, they've got the magic formula. The leaves, it will be taken up. Well, I can tell you that's not true. The research doesn't show that. It shows that because of this ecophysiology, the way this plant is adapted to not leaking its own nutrients out under this dripping cloud forest climax trees above it, that it's very impervious. It's impervious in both ways. It doesn't leak nutrients and it doesn't take up nutrients. It takes up nutrients using its roots, not its leaves.
This is more of a general question to both of you all.
That'll be the last question.
Oh, sorry. We know that everybody is jumping on the avocado bandwagon all over the world. And in India, we are quite late to the circus. In another 5 years or 10 years, when indeed the avocado industry in India develops, what do you think, or do you think that the price of the avocado will be too low for it to be commercially viable here? Because already it's at 120 rupees farm gate, approximately.
I'll take it first, and then I'll hand it to Ken, because Ken's got a different perspective to me. I have a long history of the volume sky falling on our head. I started out in the California industry, and the weekly volume on the U.S. market, total U.S. market, was 5 million imperial pounds per week. And I remember when it started climbing up to 10, and everyone said, oh no, when it hits 10, the price is going to bottom out and we're all going to go bankrupt. Well, nothing happened. It went from 10 and it carried on climbing, then to 15 million pounds, then to 20, and then Mexico suddenly was given access to the United States. Now everyone said, okay, this is it. They started selling their farms. They thought they were doomed. Mexico came in, and the price carried on going up. On the US market now, there's 60 million pounds sold a week. So from 1985 to now, it's gone from 5 to 60. The population has hardly moved. It's only gone up by, I think, 25 million in that period. The per capita consumption has gone from 500 grams per person. It's now over 10 kilograms per person per year in the United States. So it's all about marketing. I am an absolute believer. These giants, these sleeping giants, which include India and China, we're just on the cusp of the volumes that this market, with its affluent middle class, who's looking for health benefits and all these foodie influences, I just think we're never going to see a depression in the price. I just don't think there's enough ground that's suitable for avocados worldwide to cause us a problem. We've had bumps in the road. Peru's been a bump in the road. When Peru first started sending huge amounts to Europe, 200, 300 containers a week, it looked like things were going to be difficult. And it became difficult for anyone else that was in the market. But now South Africa leaves Peru alone. It ships everything early and then waits for Peru to finish and then ships the rest late. So there are ways around this. I'm a super optimist on this question.
I am as well. I think the challenges are going to be, for India specifically, look, I don't think anybody in this room really needs to be looking at exporting. Our project ends up exporting by default. We have no domestic market. I think the Indian domestic market will grow
maybe not as fast as some people would like it to grow. I mentioned in my presentation that the World Avocado Organization, India is the target market for them. That is having an effect. I mean, I said that currently the imports are about 150 metric tons a week, which is not insignificant, but still, the growth is tremendous. But if you're starting with 50% of very little, it's still very little. You know, I mean, it has to grow exponentially. So I think at the moment those imports are they're still very expensive. So you're targeting your urban elite. I think the challenge is going to be, how do you target the middle class, so to speak? I remember years ago when coffee prices were very low, everyone was saying, well, if you could just get every Indian to drink 1 cup of coffee a day, that would solve all the problems. And it didn't happen. So these things will take on a life of its own. I think the pluses for India are that you've got a lot of vegetarians. A lot of those vegetarians are nutritionally deficient. Avocado is very nutritionally dense, so it fits very, very well. The challenge is, from what I can see, a lot of the diets with different communities tend to be quite conservative. So it's a question of, how do you get avocado into an Indian diet? I cannot see most Indian people eating guacamole, for example, like they do in North America. How are you going to get avocado? And milkshake, lassi, okay. And I've been working with Zach and the World Avocado Organization to come up with things that you can do in order to try and Indianize avocado consumption, because I think that's what it's going to take. So I think it's going to take some time. I think one of the repercussions is going to be that you're then going to see that as people start eating Hass, I mean, presumably most people in the room have had Hass or something very similar. It is infinitely superior to a West Indian fruit. Guy talked about the relative dry matter oil content and so on. West Indian fruit is very watery. Hass, reed, all of those malumas are very, very fulfilling because they have a much higher oil content. I can see that if you're a grower in India, you really want to be focusing on those higher quality varieties rather than your lower quality West Indian varieties, because I think that is the market that is going to sink to those lower levels and probably get the middle class eating avocado, but that's where you're going to suffer, I think, from a price point. As Hass and the other varieties start to come into the market at a more kind of, reasonable level for people with slightly lower disposable income, I think the price of the West Indians is going to sink. I can see that as an inevitable consequence of it. If I were a gambling man, I would not be planting West Indian varieties at the moment, unless I had to.
That's a lot we've packed in the last few hours. Thank you, Guy and Ken, for so generously sharing your experiences, and Guy, over 40 years. And I'm sure this is going to be crucial for us planters who would like to take up avocado planting shortly. And Upasi is grateful to both of you. Thank you, Dr. Karunakaran. May I ask Sanjit to come?
Thank you all. We'll now move to the next session, Human-Animal Conflict. May I request Vice President Mr. 𝐂𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have been experiencing an alarming rise in man-animal conflicts in recent years. From elephants to tigers, leopards to monkeys, animals have been venturing into human settlements with increasing frequency, often resulting in violent clashes that result in injuries and deaths. While the reason for this trend is complex and multifaceted, there are several key factors that contribute to the rise of man-animal battles in India. Climate change is another factor contributing to the rise of man-animal conflicts. As temperatures rise, water sources dry up, and food becomes scarcer, animals are being forced to venture further and further out of their natural habitats in search of resources. This brings them into closer contact with humans, increasing the likelihood of conflict. The human-animal conflict in plantations is increasing every year. As we border forests, there are human casualties, injuries to growers and the workforce, besides destruction of the plantation crops and fruit trees. We are happy to have with us Dr. P.S. 𝐂𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 former director of Kerala Forest Research Institute. He has extensive experience in areas of wildlife biology, conservation biology, and conservation of Asian elephant, human-wildlife conflict, etc., and has published extensively in these areas. He has edited an illustrated series on the biodiversity of Kerala, featuring various taxa of biological spectrum in the region. He is active in the field of environmental education and policy making, and is a member of decision-making bodies including Asian Elephant Specialist Group, IUCN, SSC, Project Elephant Steering Committee, member, State Wildlife Advisory Committee, Government of Chhattisgarh, Elephant Task Force, Ministry of Environment and Forests, Government of India, Approval Committee of Tiger Conservation Plan for Tiger Reserves in South India, Ministry of Environment and Forests, Government of India, Member Committee for Studying Human-Wildlife Conflict related in Kerala, Government of Kerala, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please extend a warm welcome to him. And before we go ahead with the proceedings, I would like to thank Dr. 𝐂𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 on man-animal conflict. Now, I'll request Dr. Isa to please start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pasi, and also especially my friends from KDHP for this opportunity. I'll call it as a wonderful opportunity. In fact, I have heard about Upasi first time from a wildlife literature by Devidar, ERC Devidar on Nilgiri tar. He has acknowledged and he has expressed his gratitude to Upasi for the extensive support he has received while he was doing survey on Nilgiri tar, an endangered mountain goat. I think at least a few of you know about it. All over Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So, of course, later I know I had a lot of experience with people like Dr. Mohan Kumar and others also. Anyway, this is a topic, which is very well debated now, currently well debated. And of course, it's not very fair to talk to you when you are feeling hungry. Any conservation topic, we are supposed to not to talk. So I would try to be fair on this topic when I am talking about it. I have purposefully put it as human-wildlife interaction. It's not conflict. So when does it become a conflict? Oh, sorry. It becomes a conflict when it is a negative interaction, either affecting the people or affecting the wildlife. But normally we call it as a conflict only when the people are affected, not when the human beings, when the animals are affected. So but this is the internationally accepted definition for human-wildlife conflict. Now, why does it happen? Actually, there is a competition for this scarce resource. So there is an overlapping utilization of resources all over. The animals are competing for the same resource and the people are also competing for the same resource. So naturally there is a conflict of interest. One of my students, he had been working in Wayanad, and I have asked him to look at the influence zone, a zone of influence. The people will be moving from their settlement to the forest for various purposes, and the animals are coming closer to the settlements. So where is that overlapping situation? Where is that overlapping zone? And we can probably call it a zone of influence. Now, if you look Anywhere, the zone of influence is very much, very higher compared to earlier time. But people say that, it's a recent phenomena. It has started yesterday. But look at, this is a 1818 declaration, proclamation by the Travancore Maharani of Travancore, where they say that, those who are affected because of the human wildlife, because of the animals in their agricultural areas, they are supposed to go and collect arms and ammunition to protect the crop from Hajur Kacheri or whatever they had at that time. So it was there in 1818, and it was there in 1892. This is about, Baudelaire has written about it. Especially he is mentioning about the Munnar area, where people had come all the way from down and then started cultivating in the areas, especially in steep areas, where he says that it's not fit for paddy cultivation, but they started cultivation. And where the animals have also come there and then created problem. There is a person called Francis. He had been traveling from Calicut to Nilgiris. On the way, he was describing in his book, he was describing Wayanad as Wayanad is dotted with the machan and fences. Machan, that raised platform, Ermada. So that has been there in 1900, beginning in Wayanad, it was there. And also, people had been using various techniques to scare away the animals from the cultivation. Now, what is the reason? Unless you know the reason, you cannot go for a solution. People always say that there is a habitat loss, there is a habitat fragmentation because of various reasons. And an estimate is there which says that 45% of the elephant habitat has been lost. That means, elephant habitat. Why do you say elephant? Elephant because elephant is some animal, is a species which requires larger areas. It's not just like other animals. An elephant may require, sometimes in Chhattisgarh, a recent study say that it is using its home range, the area utilized by a herd, by a bull is around 1,800 square kilometers. In human-dominated landscape, that is the situation. Whereas in areas like Parambikulam, I found that it is around 250 square kilometers. So that's a difference, when in a human-dominated landscape, it is traveling a lot. So in such cases, we are actually giving a lot of importance to elephants as an umbrella species. And then there is the problem of habitat degradation in the invasives. Because of the invasives, Senna, I think most of you are familiar. I saw it while coming from Metupalayam yesterday on the roadside also. Senna spectabilis. It's a new invasive like lantana, but it's not like lantana, it is much more than that. In Kerala, people call it as Rakshas. So you can think of it. You cut it and you get hundreds of them coming up, sprouting from the copies. So, and you have the plantations, say, especially people call up, they are worried about the acacia plantations and also about eucalyptus plantation and in some places teak plantations. And the cattle grazing, competing for the resources again, and the fire. So, the settlements, nobody talks about it. Settlements, if this is the settlement, the situation of settlements in Wayanad, you can look at this. This is those red dots are the settlements. Just, it is scattered all over. It's not just one or two, it is 110 settlements within Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary alone. Just think of the influence, the zone of influence. And you are talking about animals moving freely in all the areas. And this, where people say that the animal should be confined to forest. Where is the forest? And where is you cannot make out. You cannot differentiate. So that's a major issue. Normally, another aspect is also covered, like food shortage. But an analysis of the conflict incidences in Wayanad indicates that it is mostly from June, July, August, September, October, November, when food is in plenty and there is no dearth of water. And there is a lot of cultivation is also happening. That is the problem, the cultivation. And especially when the elephants are crammed into fragments, there is always a chance that it may come across with the plantations, come across with the cultivated areas. That is a major issue. And water scarcity. Wayanad has around, every 2 square kilometers has a one water hole. And this is the situation, waterhole. Recently, we were there last week as a part of the High Court appointed committee. This is a situation. Around 205 in wildlife sanctuary alone, of which 130 are perennial. It is there. I have photographed each and every waterholes and the check dams. And this is the map of that. So it's not the water scarcity that is creating problem. And is it the barriers? These are the barriers. You can see the entire, almost all the settlements are completely covered with the barriers. Either solapa fence or trench or rail fence or wall, stone walls. But then, even then it is happening. Why? Because, you know, it is not maintained. These are all done by the government, and government machinery doesn't get money on time for maintenance. So, and the beneficiaries are not bothered about how to maintain. I will show you how they maintain it. So that's a major issue. Whereas private fences are working properly and they don't have much problem. Now, another major issue is decrease in tolerance. I am not happy with anything around me other than me, my wife, and goldsmith. There is a saying in Malayalam. So I don't want anybody around me. No wildlife, no snakes, no lizards, nothing. Everything should be only me and me and me. And crop guarding has decreased, and farmers have abandoned the communal planting and that is community planting and guarding activities. That is also gone. So there is no community protection afforded to this place. And in some places there are issues of human conflict places, you know, the elephants are displaced, and the elephants have the problem of they are forced to change their behavior, and they are forced to have an aggressive nature. So this is also one of the reasons, and especially in resource-poor habitats, this is happening. In Africa, it has been shown that, you know, there is a problem of greater damage to vegetation where there is a culling and where there is a hunting. So this is another one of the most important issues. Normally people say that, oh, the elephant has, the population has increased. There is no data to say that elephant number has increased. In fact, you know, the recent survey indicate that the population has come down. Not very much, but still there is a decrease in the population. So we may have to, this is another issue where the government fails. There should have been, they say that synchronized elephant population estimation, which is not, it is happening, but they don't estimate, they don't analyze the data together. So then only you can think of whether there is any. Otherwise, there is nothing called a Kerala elephant, no Tamil elephants, no Kannada elephants. So these are all contiguous areas. Development. The worst example would be Munnar, where in the name of development, they have gone for change of land use, completely change of land use. Anything, Munnar should be there. I still remember there was a project given to Fisheries Department on Mahasher, you know that, Mahasher, the Tor Kudri, to study the fishes and the breeding program and start and everything. You know what was the first demand from the Fisheries Department? We want to have a guest house in Munnar, where there is no Mahasher. Just think of it. So that's a sort of approach. Everybody wants to go to Munnar, not because of the issues, not because to solve any programs or to run a program. It is only because it is because of the climate. But the best, there are issues like this. Jackal was considered to be there all over. Recent survey we have conducted, and we will be publishing the report soon. We have seen that, you know, jackal is absent in Wayanad. We talked to the elders. They said, you know, it used to be there, plenty of them. But then somebody started killing it, taking away the skin, and then giving the meat to the locals, and it became locally extinct. And now they say that we have a larger population of wild boar, mainly because there is no jackal to predate on the wild boar young ones. So there was a population control by jackal. So we normally ask, you know, what will happen if something is not there? This can be, now at least a few of them want jackal back in Wayanad. This is the tourist accommodation facility in Wayanad. This is only an example. I'm sure that, in Valparais, the situation may be the same compared to the earlier period. Look at that, the entire area has been, and what they call eco-tourism or what they call responsible tourism, and which I call irresponsible tourism, with no control, no regulations, nothing. They go for night safaris, they go after the elephants, and they provoke elephants, and the elephant is also changing its behavior, and it is definitely leading to aggression among the elephants. There is something called flight distance. At least people working in plantations know that, how far you should go closer, or you should respect their privacy, which is not being seen nowadays. So that is another one. And this is the photograph from Munnar, again Munnar. An elephant is there, and people are blocking from both sides and taking selfie. Maybe sometimes that will turn out to be their last selfie, possible, and then they will say that elephant is creating problem. Now, of course, there is an issue. But this is nothing new. This is a bachelor herd. Bachelor herds of 10 have been recorded from Karnataka. But this is, only 4 of them are there, bachelor herds. Bachelor herds means, by the age of 9, 8, 9, 10, the bulls will start moving out of the herd. This is a mechanism. Nature has given such a mechanism to see that there is no inbreeding in the population. So they go for outbreeding, they mix with other herds, and then there is a genetic exchange. And more than that, they mix with the elder tuskers to learn a lot for their survival. But these bachelor herds are sometimes becomes notorious because normally it is a mother who is leading the herd. Matriarchal system is followed in elephants. But when it comes here, it is the largest bull becomes the hierarchy changes. The largest bull becomes the leader. And if the largest bull is not a very good person and he has the habit of crop riding, if he is a habitual crop rider, habitual problem man, then definitely others will learn from that. So what we do is, we will capture the elder one. And we have these wild boar issues. But at least in Kerala and in some of the states also, Telangana and other places, Panchayat presidents are given freedom to shoot the wild boar if it comes to the cultivated areas. I don't know whether it is being followed in Tamil Nadu or Karnataka. I think it should start. Otherwise, we will have a lot of people will be turning into anti-conservation. We should also think about that. There is a social aspect of conservation. It's not just wildlife biology. It is no more wildlife biology. It's also social aspect. It's also economics. So everything is coming into the field of wildlife now. And this is the habit, which we are actually promoting among the monkeys. We start feeding the monkeys. This is a line-tailed macaque, which is considered to be found only in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka and Kerala. And he doesn't know the status. So poor fellow, because of when the roads were widened, it lost the canopy connectivity. So it has to come down to cross the road to the other habitat. But that's the time when we start feeding it. And it becomes habituated to that, and then it becomes a problem. Modern bonnet macaque can be the most problematic one, though line-tailed macaque is not found everywhere. There is something called, this is that psychiatric and social pathologies developed among the Adivasis and other people who are affected. It affects their physiology, it affects their fertility, and this has not been measured in most of the places. This is the only study I have seen from Assam by Yadav and Barua, who had done these studies. This is something which has to be measured. We normally say that there is property damage, there is a house damage, there is a death, but these are the people who are mentally affected because of the issues. Now, coming to the mitigation strategies, I'm sure you are more interested in that. Most of these mitigations are copied from Africa, and that is the problem also in most of the cases, because it has to be site-specific, but we never look at that. We copy-paste, and then we'll have problem. These are the sort of barriers which are suggested and which are practiced in most of the places, like barriers engaging watches, rapid response teams. We will come to that again one by one. The best one, still all over Asia, is this: guarding from the top, raised platform, machan. So that's considered to be the best and most effective, but we don't have people to do that. And you cannot ask people to work in the day, during daytime in the paddy field and then go for protection at night in the machans. So that's a big issue now. CDs have been used, other than the torches, fire torches, CDs have been used in Thailand, thinking that, that reflection will scare away the elephants at night. It didn't happen. And ultimately, the paddy fields became the waste dump of all the electronic waste. So that is the result of it. But people are worried, they want to, if I say something, they will immediately do that because they want to escape from this issue. And chasing, which is very dangerous, of course. And captive elephants are being used, which we call 𝐂𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐿. The trained elephants are used sometimes to chase away the elephants. But it's an experience from Indonesia where the 𝐂𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 have been chased by the wild elephants. Because if the wild elephant is in must, the 𝐂𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐬 will be definitely worried. So he will just run away. In Maharashtra, this was the first experience in Maharashtra. When in Nasik, when the leopard came out, they thought, they will use, there is something called an evolution in the conflict mitigation. They thought, we will capture it with a net. But ultimately, the people were inside the net and the leopard was outside. So that was the result. But they learn a lot from that. But too much. Dung and chili smoke has been used. But again, depends on the wind and also the availability of people, and there is a risk involved in that. This is again from Indonesia. This is, people are using it. Traditional Adivasi wisdom, to escape, to protect their crop from wild boar. Local innovations are always there. And biofence. Normally people say that, okay, we can use biofence. And the most interesting, but they have started eating 𝐂𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐬. Elephants used to eat 𝐂𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐬. So that has gone. It's no more a biofence. There had been suggestion to use salaka. Salaka is from Myanmar, Indonesia, and other places. And there was somebody who was suggesting that salaka with all these spines and everything, thorns, can save the crop and it will deter the elephants. No, because it is the food of elephants. And also the fruits, when it is ripened, it can attract more of other animals also. So that could be dangerous. Elephant-proof trench, heavy investment, but not much heavier because it is hardly 10 lakhs per kilometer now. But you have to maintain. And there are issues like all the soils are not good for trenches. So you have to look at the soil quality and soil parameters and also ecological parameters, because it should not break the first order and second order streams and ultimately leading to dryness of that particular area. So that is something very, very important. And elephants have also started elephants learn it very fast. They cross. Somehow or other, they will cross. Especially if the baby has crossed, definitely the entire herd will cross. And some of them elephants will be helping others by giving a hand. Yeah, water is a problem in some places like Coimbatore, where there is a scarcity of water and the forest department provide water. To some extent, it is helpful. And that is happening in Mudumalai and Bandipura also during dry seasons. Solar power fence, I would say that technically this is the best. Solar power fence is the technically. But the only problem, you have to maintain it properly. You see this, there is no vegetation below that. Everything is maintained. And there is no climber, there is no creeper coming on that so that the power is lost. And even if an elephant breaks it, you have to go and repair it. You have to expect that. There is nothing called zero conflict situation. Always conflict will be there. We are trying to reduce it and contain it. So this is one of the best method which has been used. But again, there are a lot of changes. It should be in the right place. In Munnar, when Livestock Development Board had gone for this fence in the areas which has been in use by elephants, the elephant diverted to Lakshmi Estate, and there had been some death reported from there. So we should be careful. These are also again private barriers all over in some places. And you have this. This is a hanging fence, which is considered to be better. Now, a better hanging fence is now designed. This is the latest. And this hanging fence will help because elephant cannot touch it. Elephant cannot use the tusk to break it. Elephant cannot bring in any log and then break it. And if there is a problem of breakage of the fence somewhere on the top, then this fellow will make noise. And it will give an alarm, and definitely the people will be alerted so that they can come and solve the issues or chase away the animal. This is how they maintain the solar fence. Government-supported solar fence is maintained by some of the private people in Wayanad. They are drying the clothes. So that's also there. So this is again one of the best. Rail fence, it's very, very costly. 1.5 crore per kilometer. Always the principle of conflict mitigation is that it should be cost effective. 1.5 crore means, you can go for about 50 kilometer of our solar power fence. And this is 1 kilometer. And then what happens? Elephant is breaking it. First of all, now your installation should be proper. And then you should maintain it properly. And the senna uprooting is found to be the very, very, very good result. It is giving very good result. I don't know whether it is affecting most of your plantation areas also, but there is a possibility. But 100 hectares of area, senna has been uprooted in Wayanad by an NGO. No money, nothing is given to them. They raise the money and they do that. And it's very, very good result is now can be seen there. Why elephant matters? Elephants are considered, I am not talking about monkey, not only about elephants. There are issues mostly with the elephants because of the size and because of the fear and because of the damage it can have on the people and even the human death, leading to human death. But elephant matters because it is considered to be the umbrella species. I told you that it needs larger areas, supporting conservation of most of the species, most of the other species. So it is considered to be an umbrella species, it is considered to be a keystone species, it is considered to be a flagship species. So whatever terms you can use, you can attribute it to elephants. And more than that, it is also helping in seed dispersal. And in other places, dung is also acting as a fertilizer. These are a lot of studies have been done in African conditions on this dung as a fertilizer. And then there had been some studies, where frogs have been seen breeding in the water pool on the footprint where the elephant has had its footprint. So this I have already mentioned. Now, what are the main factors of problem in the whole conservation issues? The conservation issues, the main problem is this change in land use. That is happening everywhere. This is a good example from Chinnakanal, from where now recently an Arikumban was translocated to Tamil Nadu. So this is the change in land use. This is 1975 picture. You can see it in 1995. You can see the change. From the green is shrinking, and ultimately it's all fragmented. And you have around 19 elephants roaming around with 7 bulls in this area, in such a small area with a lot of habitations and fragmented habitat, and with no chance for it to cross to Munnar, the larger landscape, because you have all those red are the resorts, which are actually preventing the movement path of the elephants from here to the other side. And the waste, definitely waste will attract animals. Waste, especially those having salty food, the polythene cover with the salty food. That will definitely, because salt attracts. Earlier, during 70s and other times, most of the forest officers used to put salt here and there so that a VIP visiting will be assured of sighting of elephants and other animals. So this is what is happening. Waste management should be one of the most prioritized areas in all our places, in Valparai, in Chikmagalur, in Kerala, in anywhere, even in Vandiperiyar or wherever you are working. Definitely this is one of the most crucial ones. If you don't do that, you are going to have more problem, and then you will say that elephants have come to my town. See, this is the situation. This is done by Panchayat in the area where KDHP has given the land and Panchayat is managing the waste here, dumping the waste actually, basically. And they have cheated the High Court also, saying that we have already processing the waste. This is Hassan in Karnataka, from where about 45 elephants have been removed, caught, captured, and then some are introduced to Bandipura, translocated to Bandipura, and some are in captivity, but still the issue is there. Why do we have the issue? Because Hassan is a area, this is the coffee estate, and these are the coffee, and you have the rubber, I think, and then you can see the elephants also. So, and there are cultivated areas also in this particular place. Hassan is such a small place with a lot of plantations around. But capturing elephants from there will not solve. So, if you want to stop human-wildlife conflict issues there, solve the conflict issues there, you have to keep a barrier so that elephants doesn't come from 𝐂𝐿𝐻𝐿 to this place. Because Hassan is a part of a larger landscape of around 12,700 square kilometers, including Wayanad, Bandipura, Mudumale, Nagarhole, and the BRT, Biligiri Rangasamy Temple Sanctuary, and everything. So you cannot just capture from one place and go on saying that this problem will be solved. Yeah, this is the sort of situation there. And this is Valpare, of course. Valpare also used to have a lot of problems, issues there, and elephants are crammed into smaller pockets. That was an issue. And you have in the labor lines, you had a problem in Valpare. But now, with a lot of effort by the NGOs and by the planters, it has come down now. Almost zero. I don't say zero anyway, but it is now less than 5% now. That is a sort of work which we should do to see that the situation is there. This is the condition where I'm just showing it as an example. It doesn't mean that Valpare elephants are crammed into smaller pockets, but there are areas where elephants are crammed into smaller pockets and leading to aggression. This is another good method of treating the warning system, early warning system in Valpare. That red light means elephants are around in that area. So people moving at night has to be careful. So this is a sort of warning given. And this is again in Veloni. I think this is somewhere in Hassan. So this has been used as a system. So even from a distance, but you must have a vantage point for that. It may be good for Valpare, or it may be good for Hassan, or it may be good for certain areas where you have undulating terrain and you have larger, very peak areas also. And there is an alert SMS also, because if there is a light, it doesn't mean that your elephant may not be in your area. It could be somewhere else. But around 1,000 or 2,000 people are connected through SMS. And an SMS goes from a central point saying that your area has elephants. Elephants are in that particular area, so you have to be careful. So this warning system helps a lot, SMS alert. And this is another way of doing it. This is also to say that the elephants are where in that particular area, whether it is there or not. Now, the principle I have already mentioned. It should be site specific. You cannot just copy paste. Just because it is a success in Valpara, it cannot be copied to Chikmagalur. It may not be successful in Wayanad. So it has to be site specific. And it should be cost effective, no heavy investments, and then socially acceptable and harmless to animal and people, both. There are cases in Karnataka and other places I have seen, people are using spines, thorny, not thorny, it is like nails on the cemented structure, which is harmful for both the people and animals. Now, bull home range, I have already mentioned. So in human-dominated landscape, elephants are traveling a lot for resources, because they don't have enough resources in such areas. This is the adult female range. It's about 2,562 square kilometers. But if you look at the main areas, it may be around 1,800. 2,562 is the entire area. So this is a sort of home range, we call home range. Now, why do you need larger areas? There is a problem here. There's a little bit of conservation, I would say. Here you have the larger area and you have these smaller areas where we can probably call it as meta populations, smaller populations with no connectivity. But we want connectivity. This is a corridor. I'm sure that your areas must have been surveyed by people for identifying elephant corridors. Elephant corridors are, this is the one. There is a narrow connection between two habitats. It can be between two larger habitat, it can be between two smaller habitat, it can be between a larger and a smaller habitat, but that narrow constriction, that movement axis, that is the most crucial one. But people nowadays call it any area as an elephant corridor. If elephants are moving, we say that it is an elephant corridor. No, this is the actual elephant corridor definition. But if you don't have this corridor, then there is a problem here. The small populations are confined to smaller pockets, isolated, ecologically isolated, and socially isolated, and genetically isolated. And then what happens? The small populations, because of genetic problems, it becomes smaller population because of lower reproduction rate and also because of the higher mortality and ultimately leading to local extinction. So we don't want that to happen because we are also part of the international community. We cannot just say that, no, I'm not bothered about what is happening. But you get a lot of mileage because of your conservation activities. In fact, the KDHP is well known because of, among the conservationists, mainly because of their conservation activities, not because they produce tea, but mostly because of that. So I think, that should be the way we should think about. In fact, when I was asking Guy, when I'm sure that nobody asked him this question, when he was talking about avocado, introduction to some places, my first reaction was, will it attract elephants? Will it attract monkeys? Will it attract bats like rambutan? It is all possible, but he said, when it is not ripe, it won't. But when it is ripe, yes, that's a problem. So I have my student, today morning he called me from 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐿, somewhere near 𝐂𝐻𝐻𝐿, saying that there is an area where extensively avocado has been planted, it seems, and they have gone for trench, so they expect elephants. Definitely you are going to have it. I think one of the most important part which is forgotten nowadays in plantation management is that you are not ecologically sensitized. You must think about the ecological history of the area. You should go for a management plan for your area. I mean, conservation management. You call it as conservation management plan. Munnar, I had prepared for Munnar long back, and I think they are now updating it. Likewise, for most of the areas, you can think of protection, and you can think of water conservation, you can think of soil conservation, and you can think of other activities also. Especially when rambutan came, everybody was happy. And a lot of people have converted their rubber plantation to rambutan in Kerala, in Kanjirappalli and all those places, Mondakayam and everywhere. A lot of people have converted. And in Calicut, I don't know whether people have converted, but along with rambutan, they forgot about the history of rambutan and Nipah and bats. Doesn't mean that, bats are but bats are reservoirs. The moment you change the feeding habits and the ecological conditions of the bats, definitely you are going to have a problem. So there is something called the health, ecosystem health. And that is something, which we have to be worried about. And we will talk about all these conservation only when there is a calamity. When there is a landslide, when there are deaths, we will be talking a lot about it. And now, coming to the press, this is something very, very interesting, very important also. The press is the opinion makers, and they spread rumors and they spread good news also. So we have to be careful. So public views are informed by the media and about the conservation threat, but they are talking about, mostly nowadays, they are talking about the conflict issues only. Say, for example, perception. Perception differs according to the people, according to the community. This is an Adivasi area of Attapadi in Kerala, adjacent to our Anakati in Coimbatore. And from where now this elephant was captured because of people were demanding for that. Not people means, only a particular community, not Adivasis. And Adivasis had called him Pilandi. Pilandi was, that name was given because Pilandi, their leader, their Mupan, Adivasi head was killed by this elephant. Adivasi head was Pilandi. And they have given this name to this elephant. But forest department captured it and brought it to the camp and then changed it into Chandrasekhar. I think a conservator or somebody's name. The people from Attapadi traveled all the way to Kodanath to say that, no, my Pilandis should be Pilandi even in captivity. Or you give us back the elephants. Now this is another interesting story because there is indigenous identity of elephants sometimes that matters. This is Padayappa, very famous Padayappa in Munnar areas. People have been, it is a celebrity, and once it was missing for some time, people were worried, and they started finding fault with the department, saying that, oh, somebody must have hunted it for tusk, for its ivory. But actually it came back. When it came back, it has started again going for vegetables and coconuts and everything. And then they said, no, he's a villain now. Now the last demand, the latest demand is that, it should be captured. But you should not. Because there is a story of Ahmed, the African elephant in Kenya. Ahmed was carrying a 3-meter tusk, long tusk. Both the tusk means 6-meter long tusk. And it was 10 feet tall. And the Kenyan president, based on the request from conservationists, Kenyan president of that time said that I am going to engage 3 armed guards just for Ahmed. So that was the season. That's the spirit. And that fellow, that president was, he was quoted everywhere as the best. So likewise, this man is also one of the important one. And there are various news, because these newsmakers, they are not bothered about, they are not going for good news. They are always, the moment you read a newspaper, you become definitely frustrated and, negatively complete the day is gone. So that is what is happening now. The tusker, yeah, I have already mentioned about it. See, look at the way, people are just there, he's not bothered. But recently it seems, he has done some damage. And now people have started doing that. This is an interesting one. You can see this elephant. Don't think that it is a captive elephant. It's a wild elephant called 𝐵𝐻𝐻 in Hassan district. And he is being led by the forest officials walking in the front with a sound system, mic system, saying that, please move away, 𝐵𝐻𝐻 is coming, and give way to him. He has not killed anybody. But when there was an attempt by forest department to capture it by darting, that particular doctor was killed by him. Till then, it was like this, he was walking freely. People are also happy with that, 𝐵𝐻𝐻. So there are certain symbols and there are certain examples also. Yeah, can we go to the next one? Yeah. So this is another incident. I am talking about the media reporting and their standards and their ignorance. Everything is definitely visible in the news items. This is about the elephant, which has been chasing from Valparai. There is a road to Kerala. Malakapara, Valpara, then Vadachal and Chalakudi. And when the vehicles are moving through that road, they are supposed to, most of the people are going to see the elephants. But then the report comes that elephant is chasing the vehicle. Where? In the forest. It's in the other place, not outside. Yeah, this is Shabarimala vehicle carrying the pilgrims were hit an elephant in Wayanad, a tusker. But the next day, one newspaper carried the correct news and the other paper said that, elephant attack the pilgrim bus. That was the sort of news they have given. And elephant runs amok during the temple festival, runs amok. If it is happening somewhere with a wild elephant, they will say elephant attack. So double standard. A lot of people are being killed by the captive elephants when it is brought for festival celebrations in temples and churches and mosques, but there is no complaint. Spillover effect. There is a spillover effect. If I am telling something here, it is definitely carried away to another area. And if I am seeing a leopard here, people will feel that I am also seeing a leopard from somewhere. Even a jungle cat is sometimes termed as a leopard, as a tiger. Because, that's a sort of psychic created by the media and other people. So, conspiracy theory is something, which is going on in social media. that nothing can stop them. They will go on telling lies, and there is no possibility of fact-checking. Only 1 or 2 stories will be fact-checked in the channels. And who will check the facts of the channel news? Nobody knows. So there are several such stories, and this is something called a conspiracy theory. Anyway, what could be done? It could be, as avocado people had been telling, it could be that there should be consultations. It's not very costly like them, not a fortune. Talk to them. Use their expertise, use their experience, and put your experience also, because the people in that area know better about the terrain and about the entire the behavior and which are the animals coming into that area. So I think that dialogue with the stakeholders is important, and site-specific models should be established, site-specific models. So that is also very, very clearly done. I'm sure that in most of the places we can solve the issues to some extent. That means you can bring down the incidences. At least human death can be reduced, or even damage to crops can be reduced. Collaboration with the local self-government departments, important, but I don't know how far. It also depends on your relation with them. Say, for example, the plastic waste and other things are their botheration. They are collecting money also for that, but still they don't do that. So we have to go for opinion making. We have to see that some kind of licensing and lobbying has to be done. Awareness programs should also be conducted among the stakeholders, because a lot of misgivings are given by the newspapers and by everybody, and through social media especially. So those things have to be cleared. Now, this is our perception, and we have to know the perception of the elephants also, and what is happening around. I think the most important part is to have interactions, constant interaction, awareness programs, even for your laborers. I will say that awareness program is important. We were having our Asian elephant specialist group in Borneo, where there had been discussions especially on oil palm and the elephant problem. Ultimately, what was decided was that there was no chance of solving the issue entirely, but there could be some areas which can be left for the elephants. That's the only solution. That was the solution. But in our case, I don't think you have such issues are there. I remember seeing a letter written by the then Tata Finlay to UK, asking for permission to plant in a new area in Munnar. And the question came from there, is that an area used by animals like elephants? Then they reply, yes, then don't plant it. So that's a sort of culture we should have. I think, but economics is there definitely, but ecological parameters also should be looked into. Otherwise, we are going to have disasters. May not be today, but tomorrow. Monkeys. Monkey menace is something, especially the government of India, and I'm sure some of the scientific communities have also contributed to that. They have put it in Schedule 1, like elephants, like tiger. Monkey, the bonnet macaque, the macaca radiata, it should have been in Schedule 2. Because, a lot of the main issue which can never be solved, at least with the current knowledge, is monkey problem. The only possibility is to capture all those things and bring it to a shelter where rescue and rehabilitation or whatever you call it. I think that's the only way out. I remember a meeting with the representatives, people's representatives in Wayanad, where nobody was. And the chairman of the municipality, Sultan Batheri municipality, he was not talking about elephants. I said, what happened? No, elephant is far better. Monkeys are the problems. Monkeys are having its nahana, he's bathing in my water tank. What to do? Every day I cannot go and clean it. And if I lock it, it knows how to open that. So monkey is a real problem. I will still call it as a menace, considering the problems which people are having. So we may have to find out a strategy. This is again, I will say, site-specific strategies. Yesterday, I think there was a news that in Trivandrum, the capital of Kerala, has some monkeys which has appeared. I said, very good. Now they will think about it, how to solve it. So that's it. Thank you. I'm sorry that I have been talking to you. This is my email and phone number. We can definitely work together if you want. I'm there available, and we are working together anyway. At whatever time they want it in Munnar, we are doing a lot. So my interest was only to give you some idea about what is happening and what is possible to solve, not solve, to reduce the risk of having these animals around. Thank you so much. Yeah, you have. Not management plan. I will call it as conservation management plan.
History and plantations always had a very beautiful management plan earlier.
Beautiful?
Beautiful management plan.
Yeah.
Because if you have a 1,000-hectare estate, tea will only be in 500 hectares. The balance area will be vested forest, or water, swamps, everything has been marked and kept. What happened over a period of time? The new policies came in, vested forest was taken over. Today you go to see all the vested forests today are all occupied by people, and that is where the problem starts. You mentioned Madhigatan Shola. I have worked in those areas, there was nothing there. There was no human habitation there.
I think you can avoid this mic.
There was no human habitation there.
Yeah.
There was no conflict also.
Yeah.
Because plantations were the buffer zones between the forest and the human habitation. The moment you took over our lands, you thought that these are all excess lands, which nothing will happen. The policy I'm talking about.
No, not in Madhigatan or nearby. The government has not taken over the land. Because Hindustan newsprint area, they surrendered. Because they are not producing any paper. Now they want it back because they have started producing papers, newspapers.
Since we are the buffer zones, we have been living in perfect harmony there earlier. So even policy decisions being taken like this should also take into consideration.
No, see, our interest is also to have better policies, better management practices. That's why I said, I'm not a hardcore conservationist who says no, manishada, no. I won't say manishada. But at the same time, I would also tell that, it should be given some space. Because, it is also, see, tourism industry is completely dependent on this. Just now you see, you go to Wayanad, all the tourism industry people came to see us and they have given representation. You know what is the request? Please don't ban tourism. High Court said no tourism now of Forest Department. The moment Forest Tourism Department tourism is banned, the other tourism are also affected. The entire tourism industry is thoroughly gone. So we have to, and it's one of the major industry, a lot of livelihood issues.
Inside reserve forest, why is the teak and other agroforestry plants being planted, which that can be planted in other lands also?
See, I'll tell you, if you go back 100 years, you have to go back and stand there and then think. That was correct at that time. Tea, grasslands were converted for tea. That was correct at that time. Eucalyptus were planted. That was the correct decision at that time. Now, after a long time, we say that, oh, this fellow is drinking a lot of water and we have a lot of problems. Something which I forgot about the solution as a conflict mitigation, there is a lot of social media messages are going around saying that honeybee, the bees can do wonder, and about Lucy King and all that. Actually, in Kenya, it was a success. Lucy King said, yes, it was a success. Especially because there was an alternate income for the people. Even if there is a damage, there is an alternate income. But it was a failure in Indonesia. It was a failure in Thailand. It was a failure in Malaysia. Then it was a failure in Sri Lanka. So she said, I am coming to Sri Lanka and I will show that it is a success. You know what happened? It was not a success. And while going back, she wrote that there is something wrong with the skin of the Asian elephants. It is too thick. And so there is something wrong with the sting of the bees here. And still, honey is very good for health. That is something, that's not something new. So, and it was tried it in Kerala. The elephant came and threw it away. And the third problem, if you are going to have bees in the forest, and honey bees and, honey, what is that, the basket or whatever you call it, you can expect a bear also. Definitely you can. Yesterday, my student from Gudalur, he's working in now conflict issues only, Tamil Nadu we are working. So he was calling me and he said, sir, you can see, if you want to see sloth bear coming to plastic dump there, you come to Gudlur. Somewhere there nearby, there is an area where plastic and all the wastes are dumped, and bear will come by 6 o'clock in the evening, and it can be photographed. So he was telling that. So think of the problems. A lot of issues are coming into this. That's a major issue. I'm sure that you are all hungry. So he has to say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Issa, for a very interesting presentation. I think most people forgot that it's lunchtime with all your, with your talk. So, if people have any further questions, you can interact with Dr. Issa during lunch. So, on just a short concluding remarks, we've had a very interesting session today. It's been good participation here, and quite a few people have joined us virtually. There's Dr. Guy Whitney has been very open, shared a lot of his knowledge, and many of the facts and his experiences in avocado, what he shared with us, I think most of us are hearing it for the first time. So, apart from his presentation today, we have facilitated for him to travel to a lot of the planting districts. So once he will be completing that trip during the course of this week. So we will, we'll see how to continue engaging with him for the benefit of our members. And some of the suggestions that came out were that we should have trial plots, we should have them planted in different growing conditions and see our learning from that. So UPASI will also work with members to see how that can be taken forward. It was very interesting listening to Mr. Kenneth Blades because from a practical perspective, he shared his knowledge on implementing a large avocado project. There's a lot of learning for us from there, and we thank you, Mr. Kenneth, for being very open with your knowledge and sharing your experiences. So Dr. Issa, needless to say, we've had an interesting presentation. It's a big challenge that we are facing at the moment, and we'll have to look at it as what he described, from a different light to understand where the problems originate from and local conditions on how we can handle them. So I'd like to call on our past president, Mr. Prashant Bansali, to hand over a memento to Dr. Karunakaran, please. He too shared a lot of the challenges that are there, that are in Indian conditions. So, yeah. Yeah, and I must thank him for the jackfruit and dragon fruits that we had over tea time. So I'll ask past president, Mr. Jeffrey Rabello, to hand over a memento to Mr. Kenneth Blades. So I'd like to call on our past president, Mr. Sanjay Cherian, to hand over a memento to Dr. Guy Whitney. And I'd like to call on Vice President, Mr. Matthew Abraham, to hand over a memento to Dr. Issa. Okay, gentlemen, thank you all. We'll conclude this session. So please join us for lunch.
Lunch is served in the main lawns. We also kept fruit packets, which we request the delegates to carry. This has been sponsored by IHR.